That's some peeking, sorry about that. Probably should turn on the mic before I start speaking. Still not used to the new interface. Hello everyone, welcome to another Super Mario Odyssey workstream where we'll be watching some videos. The first one we'll be watching today is Super Mario Odyssey's Genius. It is a masterpiece by HeyDogs. Also probably should go on Twitter and or whatever you want to call it. Stream starts now. Hey Sammy, this got to be one of the most reviewed games on the site. Yeah, there are a lot of reviews. But well, weirdly enough, a lot of them are from 5 years ago. Like the positive ones tends to be from 5 years ago with the game when the game was released, and then the negative ones are the recent-ish. I don't know. And then I feel like I'm not getting all the search results when I'm actually trying to find videos to watch. But I'm sure we'll find way more videos for certain other games anyways. Because this game was a massive deal when it came out, and then years later people started realizing the actual flaws. Yeah, I guess. Although I do feel like some of those flaws aren't well, I don't know, maybe the way I should say it is that I feel some people are blowing up the flaws, like taking them out of proportion and out of context. This came after 4 linear-based games, so people lost their minds back in 2017. Yeah, they really did. People was looking forward to this so much. Anyways, this is HeyDogs' video. It also came out 5 years ago, around the time when Odyssey came out. 3rd of November, so a bit after. Haven't watched a lot of HeyDogs. I mean, he's a relatively big YouTuber, right, with 153k subs. I don't think he's actually active anymore. I think he was dealing with some mental issues, but that's not really relevant at all. Anyways, yeah, let's start.
Or gameplay from anything that wasn't shown off during the marketing.
I watched his Garfield Kart and Skylanders videos. Oh yeah, he's one of those, isn't he? I don't know. I wouldn't have watched them since I have no interest in those games.
Of Super Mario Odyssey. Any character or world that has been shown off is fair game. But spoiler alert here for a second, Mario dies, and there's...
I mean, it's fine to like those games even if you're an adult, right? They are games, after all.
No other Mario games after this one, according to the game's credits for some reason.
This is a horrible joke.
I don't think I've seen the internet more collectively hyped for a game like with Super Mario Odyssey. This seems to be the game of the generation, and for good reason. It's a beautifully crafted and brilliantly marketed Switch game starring a gaming legend. Mario is the type of series where the games are so good, they often compete with themselves for just how good or how one step below good they can be. Like probably most of you, I grew up with Mario. The first game I ever played was Super Mario Sunshine, sunshine, and although my grandma would tell me Mario would cause me to lose chromosomes, I kept on playing and playing.
What?
Playing Odyssey reminded me of these fond memories I had as a kid playing Mario, just all these fragmented, nostalgic experiences where I'd be playing a Mario game. Needless to say, Odyssey is great, and I think you should all play it. If you were on the fence about the Switch, I'd say Odyssey's tremendously high quality, along with other great games like Breath of...
Launch window-ish. This is like, what, 1 year after the Switch launched? Or something? 2017, yeah, that puts it at 6 years. Yeah, around launch, right? Half a year after.
the Wild, ARMS, and
Was
Just
it
Dance
2016
should win you over to finally take the plunge. I don't
with
normally
that kind of
recommend such a thing, but Mario Odyssey is one of those games you should experience in your lifetime. It's super fun, original, and a joy to play through. It takes elements from every Mario installment, from Super Paper Mario to Mario 3D World to Super Mario Bros. 1, and expounds upon their best ideas. Development began directly after the completion of Super Mario 3D World in 2013, with the main focus being to find a new, exciting direction to take the formula of Mario in the third dimension. The team wanted a way to maintain this sense of surprise and imagination, which came in the form of the hat-throwing and possessing mechanic. Essentially, the game was built around this idea of finding fresh approaches to this concept, resulting in the open-world sandbox system that Odyssey is centered on. Each environment served the purpose of having creative elements in different progressions, which the hat mechanic could capitalize on. Along with this central mechanic, the levels were designed differently than they had been from any other Mario title, taking inspiration from open-world collectathons like Banjo-Kazooie or Spyro the Dragon, and I think they did a really good
Or, you know, Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine.
job with it.
Not
Surprisingly,
quite, though,
Toad enthusiast and
it's probably more in line with Banjo-Kazooie now that I think about it.
also the father of Mario, Shigeru Miyamoto, only had a small role in deciding on features and certain aspects of Odyssey rather than being more involved as he was in the past installments. The reason I bring this up is because this Mario game truly feels like a new take on the pre-established formula from a different perspective in some sense. It still has that classic Mario charm, but I think the newer team breathes a new life on the franchise. I know these team members have been along for a while, but something about playing this game after binging through Sunshine, 64, Galaxy, or even 3D World felt distinct and yet still wonderful. It's cliche as heck to say this, but it felt like almost a passing of the torch to new ideas and concepts, which seems to be sort of the theme of most games on the Nintendo Switch, like with Breath of the Wild, and even for the Switch as a console itself. In terms of Mario Odyssey itself, the narrative structure is like any other Mario game, where the princess is captured by Bowser for some evil purpose and Mario has to save her. The game opens with a battle on an airship between Mario and Bowser as the King of the Koopas is trying to forcibly marry himself to Princess Peach. Unfortunately for Mario, Bowser has mastered the technology behind using hats as weapons, and Mario fucking dies as a result, symbolically seen through Bowser crushing Mario's hat. Fortunately for Mario, he has a guardian angel to revive him, a ghost thing named Cappy, who explains that Bowser has also captured his sister Tiara and agrees to team up with our favorite Italian plumber to save the day. What I found most fascinating about this adventure is its relation to the classic Greek work, the Odyssey, in which Odysseus goes on a similar quest to return to his lover after some ordeal and comes across a bunch of outlandish creatures and worlds. Similarly, Mario takes his ship to a bunch of different worlds, sometimes in disguise, to eventually reach his love he's been separated from. In the end, the tale is about Odysseus killing all the suitors of his wife, represented by Mario's quest to vanquish evil to get his love, Princess Peach, back at the end. As a fan of classic literature, although maybe my pronunciations don't really don't show that, I enjoyed how Nintendo tried to loosely mirror Mario's journey to that of Odysseus's. Of course, this isn't some dialogue-driven experience with nuanced themes or morals, but it serves its purpose. Since the story is so easy to skip through and still have a clue for what you do, I imagine this is right up anyone's alley for just investing yourself into the gameplay and atmosphere of Super Mario Odyssey. Though I have to say, the presentation is also such a marvelous component of this game's recipe for success. There's this stigma that Nintendo games automatically look worse than any game on PC or consoles, and this is one Odyssey certainly disproves. Filled to the brink with a vast variety of colors, this Mario game is a visual marvel, to be quite honest. It takes on a more realistic art style compared to its predecessors, with more lifelike environments that are better at including details and texturing of the ground, set pieces, and other parts of the world. Shadows have more tonal range too, where there are more colors incorporated from one shade to another, making the visuals have more defined shadows that are tailored to the environment around Mario. In New Donk City, by the way, what a stupendous name, the city aesthetic lends itself well to having sharper shadows from the buildings to make it seem like there really are these elements towering over our favorite plumber. It expands the scope of the city and creates this feeling of being in a claustrophobic, tightly packed, large place that you might feel in New York City, Los Angeles, or Tokyo. But the developers knew when to not make shadows have a wider tonal range, as is the case with the shadows that are constantly displayed below Mario. Established in Super Mario 64, it served the purpose of letting the player know where they were going after every jump and after every movement. It helped players have better depth perception when platforming, a design philosophy carried over to Odyssey that works in its favor. Shadows are more defined under Mario than they are for the other enemies, so it's very difficult to get tripped up when platforming up an obstacle or over a large gap that enemies might be jumping on. In the Wooded Kingdom, you have to take control of this uproot to reach the top of this construction thing, and by having Mario's shadows be sharp, it helps with knowing where to move Mario to.
It makes it out to be. I mean, yeah, shadows, stuff, but like, that's rarely a problem.
It might sound like...
I mean, I'm not saying it's not true, I'm just saying that it's rarely a problem that you won't recognize Mario's distinctly moving shadow compared to other enemies on the same platform.
A no-brainer?
It was for sure a problem in Super Mario 64 where the camera wasn't as good as it is in these later titles, yeah, but...
But take this from someone who used to play Tak and the Power of Juju on the GameCube as a kid, where shadows were less well-defined than our purpose in the universe. Truthfully, it's these small great things that add up over the course of your playthrough that contribute to Odyssey's overwhelming success. Take the HUD and menu system as an example. They're so clean looking. Menus are tiny aspects of games that I love, and when a menu is done right, you know it. Kingdom Hearts has excellent menus that are satisfying to sift through, what with how fluid it is to move through the screens and the delightful sound effects. It's the simple things in life, and Mario Odyssey's HUD...
He dead-ass compared Mario to a game series only his generation would remember.
remains informative and straightforward without being too intrusive. Same goes with the menu system, where cycling through costumes and whatnot is streamlined and kind of...
I don't remember Zach or whatever it's called. I mean,
fun. Not to mention that simple white font is so great. It's hard to explain why I love these menus and small aspects, but I just do. My only complaint with the presentation stems from this, and it's such a minor nitpick that it would never, even if 1 year later I no longer agree with this, and it's that I wish I could turn off this hint system where the controls display alongside a visual demonstration. I don't know how many times I could say this, but this doesn't bother me. It's a tad bit too intrusive when you're having fun and trying to find out the best movement options yourself when a screen and directions pop up.
It's not just a tad bit. It'd be fine if it was like, if it happened once, but it happens all the goddamn time if you stand still. Like, the moment you stand still and try to get a better look at something, this fucking tutorial stuff, or, well, not the screen, not the actual screen, but like just the text, will pop up and ruin whatever you're looking at. And I forgot to set up my notes as usual. Probably should do that. I never played it despite owning a backwards compatible Wii as a kid. Yeah, it's just... It was this weird GameCube game that didn't look very approachable for some reason. I don't know, something about the graphics. It's just mud. And it looks like mud. It had a show on Nick? Really? Damn. Well, you know what? Was that show first? I'm betting that show came out first because that particular art style is super like Nickelodeon-esque from that era. It was game first, then show, like Rabbids Invasion. Huh. It just looks a lot like, you know, Jimmy Neutron and those kinds of stuff. Those animations. At least from the small piece of footage I saw in the video here. Tutorials. Constantly... Hearing is a problem. There we go.
Detailing precisely what you need to do. Like, I get it, Cappy, we're...
Attack did appear in the Nick crossover games like Attack of the Toy Bots and Gloves of Doom. Oh.
Thinking, I know I have to jump out of it. I imagine that this isn't going to annoy...
I guess it's a Nickelodeon thing then? Nickelodeon, whatever.
Anyone else besides me, and of course I see its purpose, but again, it's something I wish could be turned off in the options menu. As a personal preference, I like to be plopped into a game and not be told what to do. I prefer just finding everything out about the controls through experimentation. Speaking of the more technical side of the presentation, let's talk cameras. Cameras have always been one of the things 3D platformers have struggled to get right. Super Mario 64's camera was decent for the time and accomplished giving the player a sense of direction, but let's be honest, it wasn't perfect. Future Mario installments and other 3D collectathons would try to improve 64's camera, some to limited success, while others nailed the system on their first go. A lot of cameras in games can be kinda clunky and weird. Spyro 1's camera, as much as I love the limboed purple dragon, is less than ideal. Moving around a camera with the back triggers of a PS1 controller was pretty meh. Super Mario 3D World's camera operated like moving around in a cube of sorts. It's not something I'm too thrilled about when I go to revisit it, even though I still love it. And other cameras feel the need to tack on gimmicky motion blur, something that more often than not just feels unnecessary. I get Uncharted wanting this to encapsulate the film vibe they're going for, but I never was a fan. My point is...
Fuck motion blur. Even, you kind of notice that, nowadays, devs want their games to be cinematic for some reason. So they use stuff like motion blur and other camera effects to make it look like you're actually, it's being filmed by a film camera. It's so stupid.
Cameras are easy to fuck up. However, my ideal camera is one that follows where I want to go, is controllable with an analog stick in all directions, and snaps behind me with the press of a button.
Yeah, like most cameras.
Which is basically a hat in time. Odyssey's camera functions in a similar way. Movement of the camera is smooth and feels super good. It's
It just makes it look tacky and blocks your view of the game world. Yeah.
Natural in a sense, and I think that's what makes the experience that much more carefree and fun. The camera automatically goes in the direction in which you control Mario, but you can also freely, fully move it to your heart's desire. It's positioned in a way that shows you most of the environment in front and some in back of you, adding to your perception of what's around. Because of this, there's never any points where you feel the game is working against you, like with unfair enemy placements or pits you can't see. The only time this gets switched up on you is when you're in a confined location, like in a cavern underwater, or in one of the game's many 2D segments. Here, you can't move around the camera to your heart's content. It stays fixed or it moves automatically where you go along. Of course, this makes sense, not only to make these areas more distinct, but also to prevent the player from becoming too confused or overwhelmed. Speaking of cameras, that's another huge aspect of Odyssey, surprisingly. Much like the Wind Waker HD, Breath of the Wild, and even Skylanders Imaginators, you can take selfies in the game to post to social media, smartphones, or just to collect. This is snapshot mode, and by gosh, it's the perfect way to indirectly market your game to unsuspecting buyers. By pressing a button, you can pause the game and take a picture of Mario in any way you want, with filters in different positions of the camera. Not only is this a fun way to share what you're doing in Odyssey, but it's another way to creatively express yourself alongside costumes and all the quirks the game itself has. Pull off a cunning stunt, take a pic, see something silly, take a pic, try to make Mario
Home also had a phone mode. Just thought to mention that. Huh, interesting.
Do unintentionally inappropriate things, take a pic and get demonetized. See, this is such a brilliant idea for Nintendo. They constantly get criticized for not getting online. I wonder who does that. But here they've shown they get it. People are already sharing memes from the snapshot.
What? What was that?
For Nintendo, they constantly get criticized for not getting online. I wonder who does that. But here they've shown they get it. People are already sharing memes from
Why is that
the snapshot mode that was only featured in the Direct, and I can tell in the coming months you're gonna see a lot of Odyssey on your Twitter, Instagram, Tumblr, Grindr, or Reddit feeds. It's an interesting way for people to market Odyssey on their own accord while also having fun. It's so smart to utilize your fan base like this, and the video sharing feature on the Switch is only going to further flood the internet with Mario Odyssey. And I mean, why wouldn't you want to share your experience with Odyssey? The environments are filled with such vibrant features and well-detailed texture work. Nintendo has this bad habit of making every world and level they design so visually interesting. Whether that be the cel-shaded visuals of the Wind Waker HD, or the cutesy graphics of Kirby Planet Robobot, or even Splatoon 2's aesthetic. Nintendo knows how to push their systems to the max with good-looking displays of art. I'm in love with the direction Nintendo took Odyssey and how it carries over aspects of 3D World's presentation and combines them with the technical prowess of the Switch. If I may, I'm going to quickly run through the worlds just to show you what I mean, and I promise, no spoilers here, folks. I'm only going to be talking about the worlds they've shown off during the marketing. One of the first worlds is the magnificent Metro Kingdom, which houses New Donk City. With Pauline from the original Donkey Kong as the mayor, this definitely captures a bustling city vibe. There's cars and scooters rampaging through the streets along with busy boys and girls in suits, seemingly just going about their daily routine. By the way, these humans are called New Donkers, something I think is an absolute necessity to know and appreciate. Nevertheless, it's a constantly expanding metropolis, a city so big that even the skyscrapers have large flat proto-cities above them to explore. It sort of goes along with the theme of modern urban development with a bustling industry, and at night I think you can truly grasp the magnificent extent of the atmosphere. New Donk City's motto is, wherever it is, if it's here, it's first rate. And what a better portrayal of New York City is there, honestly. What's even better is that this world contains parts where you can go and interact with the buildings, like New Donk City Hall, where you can go and see a single drum set alone on the stage. The best part of New Donk City, however, is how much there is to interact with. You can take control of so many different elements with Cappy and drive around on scooters. There's also people to talk to and learn their plights to help them. It's filled to the brim with substance, all of which feel important and unique. I like that you can get a power moon by just being a friend to a lonely businessman on a bench. New Donk City is the perfect example of how invested you can be in Super Mario Odyssey, with the abundance of tasks to complete and power moons to collect. After collecting more power moons, you can move on to other worlds in Odyssey, like the Sand Kingdom.
I think when the game was announced, I or others expected New Donk to be a hub or something. Yeah, because that's how it looks, right? I'm actually kind of the opinion that every single kingdom is a hub. Well, they kind of are, but like not a classic hub. It's like it's just meant as a giant hub world for you to, run around in and find stuff. I mean, that's basically just explaining an open world game, but I don't know. The areas in Odyssey feel more they're more sectioned off, right? So they're in and of themselves hub worlds for you to explore.
By the way, can I just say how much I love that the world is so connected? It brings me back to how Super Mario Sunshine felt, even if that wasn't an open world experience like Mario.
That's like literally the Hack Kingdom and Cascade Kingdom. They're the only connected worlds.
Odyssey. You can see through a world map that you're traveling the globe, and sometimes people in other areas will reference those around them, reminding you that these worlds don't function entirely independent of each other. It reminds me a lot of Sonic Unleashed for some reason, you know, besides a silly demon being the main catalyst for the plot. Anyways, back to the Sand Kingdom. This kingdom, best known for the main city of Tostarena, is sort of a...
Hello, Mandy's Felix. What's up?
Combination of Egyptian and Mexican culture, with Tostarenans being sombrero-wearing skeleton creatures and having the ability to ride a sphinx-like creature called a jaxi. Indeed, Mario Odyssey often exposes a bunch of different cultures, whether that be the American-like New Donkers or Inuit-like Shiverians. I've seen some people get angry over this, but I will never understand why this is so problematic for a Mario game to incorporate a bunch of cultures and locations from the real world in a harmless, light-hearted way. Plus, the Sand Kingdom has a lot of elements from Egypt, like the abundance of sand that is sprawling and expansive, the oasis or the Tostarean ruins that mirror those excavated from ancient Egypt. I love this concept for a world, and it's executed very well in terms of how colorful the city is compared to the more bleak, archaic designs of the ruins. It's a cool contrast of the past to the present. In terms of quote-unquote...
I was doing. Like, so with the Jaxi, you're
it's executed very well in terms of how colorful the city is compared to the more bleak, archaic designs of the ruins. It's a cool contrast of the past.
But you're supposed to hold the button down, which will make it break continuously instead of this weird stuff that's really hard to control. It's good to see that I'm not the only one who misunderstood that.
To the present. In terms of quote-unquote bleak, I don't think any environment pulls off that theme better than the Cap Kingdom, a land that has been ravaged by Bowser's evil antics. Littered across Bonatin, the main capital, are destroyed smoking airships, and posters advertising the wedding of Bowser and Peach are plastered throughout. What makes this world even more dreary is the whole style of the Cap Kingdom that has a black background with twisty buildings, and an ominous moon lighting up the night sky. It's oddly depressing in a sense, with the darker color palette and the way everyone is emotionally destroyed about their airships being attacked by Bowser. Though there's something about the spookiness and sense of dread that I actually really like. Bringing it back...
With the music, it doesn't feel like they're going for dread as much as a somber feeling, right?
To the Odyssey, Odysseus' adventure starts out in a bleak, desolate location.
And also... I love that he's comparing this to the Odysseus. Wow, I actually don't know how to pronounce that, but I've never seen anyone else
with misery and tragedy, so I found myself immediately engaged with Mario's strong desire to leave the Cap Kingdom right off the bat. It's a nice introduction to the interconnected world Mario Odyssey tries and succeeds to establish. By far, my favorite of these worlds has to be the Luncheon.
There's one thing he doesn't bring up, which is the ever-present moon in the sky, which also kind of serves to connect the different kingdoms. I mean, there's not as connected as he makes them sound. The only ones that are actually connected, literally by a thread, are Cascade and Cap Kingdom. But when you beat Bowser, people from other kingdoms will start visiting other kingdoms. That was badly phrased, but yeah, and that's really cool, which makes it feel kind of connected, but it's not until like end game or post game rather. So I don't know, I wish they would have done a bit more of that during the main game. While I also understand the need to, or wanting to have every single kingdom kind of be its own highlights. It would have been nicer to see at least a little bit of variety in the NPCs and, you know, stuff that went on there.
Kingdom. Modeled after Mount Vesuvius in France, this location is a city of voxel-styled food. I mean, do you need any further explanation? It's a strikingly beautiful world devoted to food, and I love it. The environment looks so colorful and detailed. The fruits have this fascinating texturing where they're somewhat expressed as a gradient of sorts. It reminds me of the color scheme often found in futuristic sci-fi cities where there's all these neon colors and whatnot. Luncheon Kingdom's residents, the Volbonans, are also adorable. These creatures are chefs fused with kitchen utensils, and that's such a simply amazing design. There's something about how vivid and bright this world is that I found myself lost in exploring every nook and cranny, trying to spend as much time as I possibly could in it. My least favorite world of the bunch, however, would have to be the Wooded Kingdom, and that's not to say it's bad, far from it actually. Just compared to the other worlds, I don't think I like this one as much. While I love the Iron Road and how it adds to the mechanical vibe established by the resident steam gardeners, it's just that traversing a huge dark forest wasn't my favorite part of Odyssey. I love the enemies here, especially the piranha plants that vomit acid, but the isolated nature of the forest...
This forest is not really a part of the kingdom at all. It's kind of like a side area. You're not actually required to go down here. I think it's meant more as a surprise for when you eventually fall off the level. Because what will happen is, unless you're in very specific areas, you'll get dropped into this dark wooded area here, and then you need to find seeds to grow beanstalks and climb out. The shitty thing about this area is that you can't teleport out of here. You need to find the seeds and grow the beanstalk, and that sucks.
Didn't do it for me. I didn't particularly like the grassy texture work on the ground or all the trees when compared to something as colorful as the Luncheon Kingdom. Sure, the Cap Kingdom is just as dark and desolate, but it sort of had a purpose for being like that, considering the fact that Mario gets killed at the beginning. Maybe it's because I have a deep irrational fear of forests after I was attacked by a coyote as a kid, but I think it really speaks to Mario Odyssey's quality if my only complaint about the worlds was that there was one I had less fun in than the others. On the other hand, a world that I did have fun in was the Cascade Kingdom, a prehistoric-like land that's in the form of an upside-down Triceratops skull. As you probably noticed, much of the level is centered around this gigantic waterfall known as Fossil Falls, and how this set piece is animated and the fact a rainbow beams off of it, it's astounding. I love that the area you explore is just one island of many in the Cascade Kingdom. It furthers this sense of a vast globe that Mario's just dipping his toes in as he continues on his adventure. And while some might be critical of the missed opportunity of not explicitly showing connected worlds in the background, it makes sense because of how large of an area Mario is actually exploring. It's not even that big of a deal because each world was designed to simply be loosely connected, not to the same degree as seen by Super Mario Sunshine or Breath of the Wild. Even so, the Cascade Kingdom capitalizes on the prehistoric environment, something not a lot of games tend to focus on when it comes to world.
I think having to climb your way out of a dark forest is pretty harsh punishment for falling, and even if it does have that badass T-Rex down there. Yeah, I mean, you're usually, when you fall, you're usually placed right next to where you need to grow the beanstalk. And when you've grown the beanstalk, you don't have to do it again. But it's just like, just kill me and let me respawn.
Old building, so I'm happy to see something fresh here. That's the sort of thing I...
Sure, Sunshine plopped you in water and forced you to get back up in most levels, but that only took like half a minute tops. Yeah, the problem with Sunshine is that that happens in every level. In this, it only happens in the Wooded Kingdom. Like, it's the only place where if you fall, you get to somewhere you can't teleport out of. It's kind of bizarre, honestly.
Want to hammer in that Odyssey's environment and world...
sometimes getting out of water in Sunshine could be a bitch.
progression truly feels new, and not just the gimmicky new that was present in the new Super Mario Bros. Games as that series progressed. I did a video about this topic on my pal's channel if you want to check it out, but the crux of the essay was essentially that the standard way of going from
My husband and I watch a lot of long-form retrospectives, and your videos are in our regular rotation. Just rewatched your Morrowind and Oblivion videos last night. Thanks for all the entertainment. No problem, thanks for watching. And I'm constantly surprised at people who say they rewatch these videos. So yeah, thank you.
Grass, to desert, to water, to snow, to forest, to rock, to cloud, and then to lava was boring and getting overdone.
I particularly liked your Rayman videos. Me too.
I had feared
I rewatched the Rabbids one all the time. Seriously?
that the new Mario title
I'm like, this just kind of really surprises me when people say this, because it's like, I mean, I think they're good, but it's like, I don't rewatch videos like that myself, so it's kind of, I can't relate.
would follow in these footsteps, and
But,
I'm happy
really, I
to say
appreciate
that
it.
while it does
really cool.
contain elements of that traditional structure, Odyssey constantly strives to innovate and be original. If it's a water level, then it will also be a beach level where you can run on the water with a rocket attached to your back like in the Seaside Kingdom. Or if it's a
Well, not in all the water levels, right? I have severe autism. Don't we all?
snowy level, then you can bet your bottom dollar there will be an ice cavern along with some novel takes on the traditional approach to ice levels, like with the snowy.
You have a very relaxing voice, and I have a very high-stress job, so I find them all calming. Oh, that's cool.
Kingdom. It's nothing that flips the entire Mario formula on its
I'm happy
head.
to
Like,
be
the
able
Snowy
to
Kingdom,
contribute
despite
to
its
you relaxing.
imaginative elements, is still an icy world, but it's different enough to make you feel consistently engaged and never bored or like you've done a certain thing before. What intensifies this feeling of unfabricated newness are the brilliant animations and models of the characters. The way Mario is animated is one of the best elements of Odyssey, whether that be how his hat bobbles on his head as he runs, the way he rolls around, the way he runs with his arms outstretched, the way he puffs out his cheeks while swimming, or overall just his facial expressions for possessing other beings around him. The man is so expressive with every environmental factor around him, and this makes Mario feel further connected to the world around him. He could be shivering at night in the darkness of the Sand Kingdom or dancing along with Pauline in New Donk City, despite his lover
Yeah, what
being
he's bringing up
kidnapped.
there is such an important detail when it comes to how Mario feels as one with the environment. I recently discovered that there's actually a kind of like a in-game temperature gauge, but that it's not shown to you like in Breath of the Wild, for example, where specifically on the moon, I discovered that when you're wearing normal clothes, Mario will shiver when he's standing in the shadows cast by the rock formations and stuff, and he won't when he's standing in the sun. And that's really interesting. And then if you're wearing the snow clothes in Shiveria or Snow Kingdom or whatever, he won't freeze and he'll actually fall asleep outside. Just small details like that just makes it feel like an actual world.
Mario is an easy
love
man
it.
to please and still is upbeat and enthusiastic.
I never noticed that about the clothes. I love that type of attention to detail in games. Yeah. It's
Enthusiastic
really cool.
as ever. Additionally, I just love how Mario and all the other characters and enemies around him are designed. I could go through every individual design and tell you what makes them so varied and special, but I've already gone on long enough about the visuals. Basically, there are callbacks to past Mario enemies, new takes on old Mario foes, and all new enemies like the Brutals. Each is kinda memorable, and their existence in each level makes sense from a world-building standpoint, where there are Chef Bros in the Launchion Kingdom and Hammer Bros amiibos in the Metro Kingdom is one example. Oh, and I really, really love that Mario can change his outfits to blend in with the world, but also have a bunch of zany costumes as well. These can be unlocked through using the world's currency at these Bonetter shops, and they're all extremely varied and unique. I won't spoil any of them that haven't been shown off in the marketing, but there's a few surprises here and there for Mario fans that I know people will love. To speak to the ones that have been shown off though, they all look really goofy. I like how Mario can go from a wilderness explorer to a dapper suit wearer to a shirt. Oh my. All with the press of a button. It keeps the gameplay feeling fresh and fun because the costumes add a bit of external entertainment. And unlike every other publisher, these aren't restricted to microtransactions or loot boxes, which is apparently something I have to compliment a company for not doing since that disease is so commonplace nowadays. You do really have to appreciate Nintendo's commitment to putting the game first rather than shoehorning in pointless DLC or amiibo. Oh, wait, fuck. So yeah, there are amiibo and they do what you'd expect them to do. Peach in a wedding dress allows Mario to equip and wear a wedding dress. Mario in a white suit allows Mario to wear his...
True. This is true, but you can't actually buy them at the store if you don't want the amiibos.
Groom attire.
Although, I'm not sure if they, I'm not sure if that was the case when he made the video.
And the Bowser one, well, I'm not sure what that one does since I didn't care to buy any of them. However, what's great about this is that all the amiibo content, according to Nintendo's site, can be unlocked through the use of no amiibo at all. I feel like that's a good compromise. You can choose to circumvent progress if you like by just getting amiibo outfits from the start or wait and get them naturally. This is a smarter approach to additional content in my opinion. I know I complained about Samus Returns locking amiibo content that was pertinent to the gameplay, and fortunately that's not the case with Odyssey. I can play as Mario in a dress without the need for amiibo, and I love that. He looks visually stunning. Still, I know I've said it a lot, but I love Odyssey's presentation a lot. It's hard not to sound like I'm just
like you can replay the Bowser fights, and when you do, you can wear any costume. You're kind of forced to have the wedding stuff, I think, during the first battle, but when you refight him, you can just use any kind of costume, and it's so funny fighting Bowser with the with Peach's wedding dress, because every cutscene is in-engine, so the costumes are also showed in the cutscenes. It's just
broking
really
it off, but I don't think I've paid this much attention to a world since Sunshine. I remember the beachfront of Seaside Kingdom. I remember the bustling city vibe of the Metro Kingdom. I remember the eeriness of the Cap Kingdom. I remember the forestry of the Wooded Kingdom, and I remember the red sandness of the Sand Kingdom. For some reason, I know every world's name and what was contained in each. And lest you forget, I have the IQ of a fucking lemon, so what gives? Why are these worlds so hauntingly unforgettable? Well, a large part of that has to do with the music, I think. Most tracks are super upbeat and catchy, and gosh, just listening to the theme fills me with such joy. I don't feel that emotion often, but take a listen to New Donk City theme. It's so jazzy and possesses this feeling of forward momentum with a quick tempo and fast licks of trumpet and saxophone. I think it's swing too, one of my favorite things to play in jazz pieces. Hearing the trumpet accentuate after the saxophone licks and then join them in on the main melody is heavenly and evidence of genius compositional work. And when the trumpets take over the lead melody, it makes me so happy. An underappreciated component for this particular song is the rhythm section. It's this groovy bass line, small use of the tambourine, and a percussion flow that's consistent with the overall light-hearted overworld theme. The Cascade Kingdom track, in contrast, is a more orchestral tune that reminds me of Gusty Garden Galaxy from Super Mario Galaxy.
Oh yeah, they were definitely trying to emulate that.
It has these rising string background progressions as this brassy instrument takes over in the foreground with a surprisingly catchy pattern. But what makes this even better is how complex of a tune it is, with so many moving parts that it gives it its own grandiose feel of going on an adventure through an ancient wonderland. You look at the waterfall and you already know what the composer was thinking. The Wooded Kingdoms track is much different from the other two in the way that it's the textbook definition of a groove.
That's a kind of film thing that I can actually excuse.
It has a driving drum set rhythm that accompanies a smooth bass line and a minimalist guitar melody that gives me this weird Super Smash Bros. Melee vibe for some reason. Still, I love it so much, and it's so catchy and perfect for roaming around this abandoned forest. Oh, and there's the theme of the Seaside Kingdom, which has this background piano tune that screams water level. Every instrument is used sparingly and has this interesting, laid-back feel. Xylophones are used too to capture this majestic feeling that's similar to Zora's Domain or Dire Dire Docks. It's piano intermixed with soft string instruments and mallet percussion, the perfect combination for this beach aesthetic. This is sort of the deal with the entire soundtrack. Each song is different and unique enough, which furthers this separation of worlds into their own distinct categories, and for lack of a better term, world. There's something about Mario music that always does this to me, no matter what game it is. It always has some tunes that I want to re-listen to or add to my mixtape, whether that be the staff roll from Super Mario 3D World, Delfino Plaza from Super Mario Sunshine, Dire Dire Docks from Super Mario 64, Cosmic Cove Galaxy from Super Mario Galaxy 2, or Space Junk Galaxy from Super Mario Galaxy 1. Every Mario game has a stellar soundtrack. But with Odyssey, I think I found my all-time favorite Mario tune, Jump Up Superstar. This is Nintendo's first vocal track in a Mario game, and it's so fucking good. If I'm honest, this has been my jam for the past couple months or so. That's how much I absolutely adore everything about this one song. I love the vocal performance of Kate Davis and the background singers who make a tune about Mario into such a banger. I actually love these lyrics for how lighthearted they are. They perfectly capture the essence of Mario's carefree nature. I also love the bombastic big band feel where there are a bunch of different musical instruments bouncing off each other at all times, as this groovy bass line drives the tempo. I love the drum rhythm that's heavy on cymbals and snare. I am in love with the main trumpet hitting those high notes and just blaring out these wonderful melodies. And is that a Barry sax feature that's underlying the track that I'm hearing? If so, it just further adds to this song's charm and grooviness. This is the type of song that gets stuck in your head immediately, and you can't help but want to whistle or sing along. I know upon hearing it, I wanted to play the trumpet part when I heard it, and I still do. Talk about a good tune that is perfect for Mario.
This game single-handedly revived Pauline, because let's face it, barely anyone played Mario vs. Donkey Kong. Yeah, which is why they are remaking
Odyssey.
it, right?
It's one of my favorite tracks in a video game, if I'm completely honest, and this is after about 100 or so listens. I still love it that much. I can't say it enough. I love this game, and Jump Up Superstar is the shining example of my love for it. Side note, can we talk about
like the commercial they made for Odyssey? What an amazing commercial.
those sound effects? Mario games always have the most memorable sound design ever. Whether that be the jumping sound from the original NES title, the incoherent wahooing he does in Sunshine or 64, or any other. When you hear Mario speak, you know it's a him, and when you hear this dinosaur roar, you know it's Bowser. These only add to the fantastic atmosphere Odyssey succeeds in creating. It's such a small little quirk that makes you invested in the world around Mario. Anyways, let's get critical now and move on to the gameplay, which is also amazing, not gonna lie. Essentially, Odyssey plays like your traditional 3D Mario game in a general sense. You jump and run with buttons and analog sticks. On the Pro Controller and Joy-Con, movement is precise and feels super good. Much of the movement established in its predecessors, like the long jump or ground pound from Super Mario 64, is present and more refined here. Long jumping goes for a bit longer and seems to have a longer wind-up too than in previous iterations, with a different sort of animation, one similar to its appearance in 3D World. Ground pounding also has a different animation that makes wherever is being
by that. It's might not be as snappy as in 64, but it's definitely faster than in Galaxy.
Pounded conform to Mario's ass, as Mario's butt seems to meld into the environment he's ramming into. And now, like Sonic or A Hat in Time, you can roll around to pick up momentum, which makes Mario's moveset more fast-paced and fluid. This is,
in my opinion, this has the second best movement in a 3D Mario. The best is Sunshine. in my opinion, it is
Something I assume the developer saw as a necessity for maintaining a quicker pace for exploring Odyssey's more open-ended sandbox levels. If Mario controlled like he did in Super Mario 3D World, I imagine he would be a bit too slow, and ultimately this would make for a less enjoyable player experience. See, my ideal...
It just feels so fluent and satisfying chaining moves together. In Odyssey or Sunshine?
Method of control is something where
Because in Odyssey, yeah, I agree.
Can control how fast I go through certain obstacles and areas with little regard for consequence. And Odyssey hits that mark almost perfectly. Mario is nimble, having the ability to climb up a bunch of different things and is able to jump in quick succession. This allows for more player mobility.
I don't feel like there's that much chaining in Sunshine, though. I mean, you usually go jump, dive, or jump, flood, right? And then maybe if you've sprayed some water out, you can slide, but that's pretty much it. But then again, you can slide and then jump and trip. Yeah, well, there's some kind of chaining together. I'm probably thinking about mid-air
The reason why I love Super Mario Sunshine so much is the interesting, complex maneuvers you could pull off with Mario's simple moveset. The same rings true for Super Mario Odyssey, where you can jump out of a roll to maintain momentum, or triple jump, grab a ledge, and reach that area you thought vanilla Mario couldn't get to. My only complaint is that I wish Mario had some sort of slide like he did in Sunshine or 64. You can dive in midair here, but you just sort of stop and halt your movement. Sliding around was one of my favorite things to do in these titles, just because of how free it made movement feel. But of course, having to be without it here isn't a deal breaker. Regardless, what further complicates this is the addition of Cappy, which is a game changer.
I mean, similar, it's not as physics denying as a slide is.
It's a flood in Sunshine or Baby Luma in Galaxy. Cappy is often used as an extension of Mario's movesets. By pressing a button and moving around with the analog stick or through motion controls, you can throw Mario's cap in a bunch of directions, with you having direct control of how far or short your throw will be. If you throw Cappy a certain distance, you can have the opportunity to jump on it for extra distance. This can help you reach those out-of-place areas, which sort of causes you to think more critically about where you can and cannot go with your moveset at a particular moment and place in the game. Cappy can also be used as a means to kill enemies that stand in your way if you don't want to do the traditional method of murdering, which is always appreciated. Defeating a bunch of small enemies with the simple throw of your cap is pretty satisfying too, so that's a plus. However, the biggest strength of Cappy is his ability to allow Mario to possess and control enemies by tossing Cappy at them. And this one seemingly tiny gameplay quirk opens the door on an abundance of original ideas, puzzles, and challenges. Now you have access to the movesets of dozens and dozens of enemies, whether that be a Bullet Bill or something as simple as a Goomba. And I'm sorry to all the Goombas I offended. These enemies control how you'd expect them to, with you being able to throw hammers and jump around as a hammer bro or go through the water quickly as a Cheep Cheep. Most of these enemies only have a couple movement options and are generally used to accomplish some gameplay-specific task, like going up the Iron Road as an uproot or crossing a large gap as a Bullet Bill. It very much follows in my favorite mantra: keep it simple, stupid. And since there are so many things to capture and play around with, all with different feels and controls, it never gets boring to try to toss your hat at an unsuspecting enemy or object. I found myself actively throwing Cappy about because I wanted to see every single enemy I could control or object Cappy could interact with. Like in the Wooded Kingdom, you can take control of a Glidon that can fly through the air, and aside from being the cutest thing ever, it's very fun to soar through the air like you might have done in Super Mario Galaxy. There's something about flying in a huge open world I always loved, part of the reason why Spyro's bonus world was so appealing. And I love that Odyssey incorporates so many different gameplay styles. I can see why the developers wanted to create so many different sandboxes for the player to experiment around in. This is really a novel idea. The execution of Cappy might at first glance seem like a gimmick, but it feels so naturally interwoven with the gameplay. It feels like another basic part of Mario's moveset. One of the things I'm sure people are bound to hate just on principle are the motion controls, which are actually the best use of motion controls I've seen implemented into a game like this. Motion controls, in my opinion, have evolved past the point of being an experimental, primitive piece of technology into a competent component. We've come a long way from the Wiimote to the Wii Motion Plus and finally to the Joy-Con.
I mean,
you had such terrible
really
displays of
need
the
the motion
technology
controls
in
to
the
do
early
anything in the
2000s
game.
with Wii
They're
Shovelware
nice to
giving them a
have.
bad name, like with Shrek's Carnival games or fucking Puss in Boots.
like, they're so
Furthering
nice to
that
have
were the
that you kinda
controversial
wish there was
motion
a button
controls
for
in
it,
Skyward
but, like,
Sword,
it's-
a polarizing
you
complaint I personally
easily
never
overcome
experienced. Unfortunately, there still exists this stigma that anything with motion controls in it is inherently clunky and therefore bad. Most developers seem to opt out of them whenever they can, and putting aside the cost benefit, I can see why people are hesitant to incorporate them into modern games. ARMS got some flack for having them, and a buddy of mine complained that the motion controls were stupid in Breath of the Wild purely on the principle of them existing. While it's not wrong to simply prefer never using motion controls, I think Odyssey uses them in a non-intrusive manner that only benefits the gameplay. By using both of the Joy-Cons, you can change the direction in which Cappy is thrown at any point and also change how far it will go depending on how much you flick the controller. I believe these are called hat tricks, and it makes sense because they serve the same function. It's some visual flair for tossing your hat, but also you can control precisely where you want it to go. Since this is also optional, as in you can complete Odyssey
Who are we shitting
without
on
ever...
today? So far, very little shitting going on. Because, surprisingly, Haydogs has a lot of good points. I like motion aiming in games like Resident Evil 4 and Splatoon, but I don't like having to constantly jerk off the controller like in most other Wii games. Yeah, I think they did the motion controls in Galaxy pretty well. And like you said, Resident Evil 4, the first time I played that was actually on the Wii, and I struggled to go back and play it with a normal controller because it felt so good. But yeah, there's like some implementations of motion control just isn't very intuitive, or doesn't feel as intuitive as it should. It should be like effortless, just a flick of the wrist or something like that. And it should feel like what you're doing in real world is reflected in game. I've only played RE4 on the Wii, and it feels so natural on there. Yeah, it does. It's great. In the case of Odyssey, they do perfectly mirror what you're doing with the controller in game, but I don't know, it's maybe a bit too technical sometimes, and also you don't really have to use it. It's like on the it's a nice to have thing, especially in Balloon World, where you can throw Cappy out and have it home in on a balloon if you're barely able to reach it. That's nice, but in the main game, it's not really used that much. And also not while you're in actions, you can concentrate on flicking the controller or whatever without having to while focusing on what you're doing.
For having to use motion controls, I don't see this as a flaw. Besides, it never didn't work for me. Still, I'm biased for having motion controls. As you know, I love them in Nintendo Land and Pikmin 3, and I think it's nice to have them in Odyssey.
Pikmin 2,
it also
great
frees up
with
having
motion
to move
controls.
Cappy
Can't
in a
play it
way that
without
might
it.
disrupt the flow of the gameplay with movement or the camera. Not to mention, I think it's simply cool to toss Cappy and see him move in tandem with your hands. I showed this to my grandma, and she's always amazed by how she can make the quote-unquote bug-eyed hat demon move around the way she wants. It's a small
that's
thing,
such a
sure,
grandma
but I
thing to
think it
say.
adds to the Odyssey experience.
I mainly used buttons in Odyssey and don't even really know how motion feels with this game.
Rather than detract
Yeah,
from
see,
it.
it's
But
fine.
that begs the question, what's the point
Motion
of
is
this
also
game? What do you actually do? Much of the progression is based around collecting these power moons, which serve as your fuel for traveling from level to eventually reach Bowser to rescue Peach. Initially, I thought this was going to be structured like missions, as is the case with past Mario installments. Back then, you would select a mission from a hub, do a thing, and then get a star. It's as simple as not dying. This made the experience ultimately more linear, as the games would give you a clear objective, either visually or through text, of what to do and where to go. Now, this didn't make those games less enjoyable, of course. Look at Sunshine. Although it was never a struggle of where to go, the fun came from how you would do a mission. Would you go under Pianta Village in episode 3, or would you try to run up a tree and dive jump into that golden mushroom? There was a great joy in carving your own.
I have arthritis in my wrists and fingers, so I always appreciate when motion controls are optional. Yeah, that's something to consider as well. Not everyone has the same ease of use with their hands, right?
Path, straightforward or not, to achieve a goal. Odyssey throws that method of progression out the window and instead opts for a progression system that reminded me of Spyro 1 or Banjo-Kazooie. Now, instead of selecting a mission in order to get a MacGuffin, you select a world and try to find the MacGuffins through your own wit and determination. While there are still segments that offer a linear path to Power Moons, these are less commonplace, reminding me of those segments in Sunshine where Flood would be taken away from you and the game would throw a platforming challenge at you. For these particular parts, you instead get 3 Power Moons instead of your usual 1 per exploration, so as to feel like you're accomplishing a really special task. These also appear after boss. These are less commonplace, reminding me of those segments in Sunshine where Flood. Still segments that offer a linear path to Power Moons. These are less commonplace, reminding me of those world and try to find the MacGuffins through your own wit and determination. While there are still segments that offer a linear path to Power Moons, these are less commonplace, reminding me of those segments in Sunshine where Flood would be.
I don't know if he meant to use that footage there, but you know, there are places where you literally leave your hat behind and then go do stuff, which is basically the Super Mario Sunshine segments where they take away the flood. In my opinion, Mario Kart Wii has the best usage of optional motion. If you want to twist the controller around, you have the Wii wheel. If you want to play like previous games, you have the classic controller. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I love the Wii wheel, by the way. Like, unironically, I would only use the Wii wheel when playing on the Wii, Mario Kart Wii.
Taken away from you and the game would throw a platforming challenge at you. For these particular parts, you instead get 3 Power Moons instead of your usual 1 per exploration, so as to feel like you're accomplishing a really special task. These also appear after boss encounters, and nabbing them results in this animation with Cappy and Mario, kinda like how Luma and Mario would be after grabbing a grand star in Galaxy. So I always wanted to find these coveted Tri-Moon bundles. Not only that, but collecting the single Power Moons is still a lot of fun and sort of addicting. Most are hidden in plain sight, but you just have to figure out how to get them. You could be tasked with something as simple as climbing to the top of New Donk City, or something as complex as getting a stack of Goombas to impress a Lady Goomba. Power Moons incentivize you to play around in the environment and feel like your exploration with the controls and Cappy's victims is leading towards a tangible goal. I know I say this a lot, but I'm not the biggest fan of collecting MacGuffins and 3D collectathons because I never feel like the pain of collecting everything is worth the reward it might bring. This is why I'm personally not a huge fan of the Blue Coin mission in Super Mario Sunshine. I never felt like that postcard reward at the end was worth the turmoil of collecting blue coins at all. With the Power Moons, on the other hand, I actually felt compelled to keep collecting and collecting because they were tied with doing some fun task and actually worked towards some progression. The Power Moons are just the sort of icing on the cake for interacting with the world. Plus, each moon draws you closer to—
He's actually saying what I've been thinking. Awesome. So it's not about collecting the Power Moon itself, it's about the journey to it. It's like that classic meme, the whatever was the friends we made along the way.
Getting to travel to a new world, and since every single world is bursting with charm, you always can—
I don't know if this was intentional, but I find it cute that the required amount of moons to reach the final boss is 120, the same as the total number of stars in 64 in Sunshine. Yeah, yeah.
Not wait to see what the game might throw at you next.
Is it? Yeah, I don't need a great reward in the collection if the collection itself is fun to do.
Next, if the developer—
I think that's what a lot of people are misunderstanding with Odyssey, is that your objective is to collect moons, but the moons themselves aren't the final reward. It's the fun you have while collecting them.
We're working towards maintaining the quote-unquote feeling of surprise. They nailed it with the Power Moon progression. The design of the levels feels like it was constructed around this sense of exploration. Every world has a bunch of different elements for you to interact with to get a Power Moon, rather than the elements of the world interacting with you for you to get a star, as is the case with kind of the past installments, which isn't bad. This more open-ended approach to game design allows for a more easygoing experience where you can explore. You can throw Cappy and platform at your own pace. You control how much time you spend in each world and what power moons you go after at certain times. It truly feels like a sandbox experience, one that gives you the ability to do what you want in a confined space while adhering to the game's rules. Sometimes you could be in New Donk City and have to take control of a power line to move up a skyscraper, while other times you have to use Cappy's ability to possess a post to launch yourself up some vertical object. Levels were built with Cappy's mechanics in mind, and I love that. I love that you can go at your own pace and discover paths of the world that have never been shown off in marketing and experience them firsthand. There's a real childlike sense of joy you feel whenever you find something out of the way or do a mission that people might have missed. With Mario's tight and responsive controls, it makes traversing every level enjoyable. Oh, and there are also these currency coins that are present in every world that can be used to unlock costumes for Mario to wear. These further incentivize you to explore every nook and cranny of every level, since every collectible has some purpose. Coins are your lives counter too. There's no one-ups here, so the coins themselves no longer feel like just another side thing to collect for some MacGuffin or whatever. Every collectible has a purpose, and levels are smartly crafted to coax you into making sure you get all the collectibles you can. Another large component of Odyssey is finding power moons through mini-games and other subsections that you might go through. These mini-games include anything from driving away from a T-Rex on a motor scooter, jumping rope a bunch of times, racing people, and then there are a lot more. See, that's the great joy in Odyssey's world. It doesn't restrict itself to one particular style of play. There's a bunch of different things you can do. It kind of reminds me of the side quests you would do in other Zelda games, like the Wind Waker's bombing mini-game where you play like Battleship, or Ocarina of Time where they have that shooting gallery. And I do enjoy these elements of Odyssey.
Really,
I know I've seen some people say there might be an
I always wondered what happened if you died with no coins. As far as I know, nothing happens though, which is kind of disappointing. What's more linear, Mario 64 world? This dude's hairline. I don't know. I don't think Mario 64 worlds are very linear, but that's great. Yeah, I don't think the coins are supposed to act as lives. It's just that they're a very, very mild form of punishment when you die, that you lose them. I don't think it's any more than that. It's just that it's just like that to make you feel like dying kind of matters, but not really.
Overabundance of mini-games in Odyssey, and as if it distracts from Odyssey's main platforming in it, but I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. There's still a large emphasis on...
The earlier world in 64 are open, while later worlds get linear and force you to do the same climb over and over, but slightly longer for each star. Yeah, some of those can be kind of linear, like Rainbow Road, no, not Rainbow Road, Rainbow Ride, and Tall Mountain. But then there's also worlds like Dry Docks, is that the name? Which is open, and the Small Big World or whatever. So yeah, some of the worlds are definitely linear, but Dire Docks. No, that the world where you can change the water level by jumping into the frame at certain heights. I don't remember what it's called. It's something like Wet Dry World. That's it.
platforming, though. You have challenges where you toss your cap at a scarecrow and try to jump up and reach a power moon in time. So very much, it's this mixture between an action-adventure game, a platformer, and doing a bunch of seemingly random mini-games.
And it's all still fun.
Of course, with how Mario has always been designed, you haven't gotten a lot of these elements where the gameplay style gets completely switched up on you and you have to do side quests or something like that. Does that make it bad? Of course not. It just makes it different, which is why I like Odyssey a lot. I know I'm just hammering in that point, hammering in that it's different and not bad, but I think it really needs to be said that this is a different Mario game and it still works. The only connecting linear thread is that you have to beat the brutal boss or elemental boss to move on, since they often trap you in arenas. These function like the standard, modern 3D Mario bosses that usually take 3 hits to vanquish and you have to dodge their attacks in order to beat them. It's nothing mind-blowing, and honestly, these are some of the weakest aspects of Super Mario Odyssey. While I'll admit those brutal designs are great, and not to mention that name, the fights themselves aren't very fun or challenging from a gameplay perspective. Sure, you don't play
like these fights though, because they're so easy to cheese if you know what you're doing. But at the same time, if you want to cheese them, you have to be very specific in what you do. Like, a small misstep will get you damaged.
Mario for an enthralling difficulty spree, but the brutal bosses are a bit too similar to each other, making each fight ultimately less engaging. Most bosses follow in the same strategy of waiting for an opportunity to use Cappy to damage them. This is a visually interesting mechanic, as the attacks you can pull off are flashy and everything, but they seem to contradict Odyssey's more open-ended gameplay philosophy. Because they're so easy and don't offer a fresh take on the traditional Mario bosses, I didn't love them as much as I wish I did. I think maybe if the developers chose to have the bosses in some open plane, it would have been a lot better. That way, you could choose how you deal with them and perhaps bring the abilities from other enemies Cappy might have captured along the way. Not only that, but what if the bosses interacted with the environment? What if some bosses could use the terrain to their advantage, so it isn't just a standard boss fight in an arena? This is something you do when you take on the Wiggler of Gelato Beach in Sunshine, where you use these sand structures in order to weaken him and attack his belly. Say what you will about Sunshine, but I liked how the bosses were seemingly part of the environment and not separated from the world. Anything else besides this run-of-the-mill boss style would have been better in my opinion. Because with how original everything else feels in Odyssey, I really wanted different bosses from those found in past installments. Another weaker part of Odyssey are these 2D platforming segments where you take control of a sprite Mario and platform like you did in 1985. While initially novel and unique, the luster wears off as you encounter these parts over and over and over again. Don't get me wrong, these 2D sections are short and non-intrusive, with them usually only being used to get an optional power moon or to get from point A to point B in a more interesting way, but they get a little old and tiresome. I found these slices of Odyssey more redundant because with how Mario controls, there's only so much you can do that hasn't been done before. It's a simple callback, yeah.
Fun fact, the Wiggler in Sunshine used to actually scare me because it was huge, and depending on where the camera was, it would run right into your face.
But when it starts hindering my experience by being more of a nuisance rather than a fun aspect of the game, that's when it becomes a slight issue. I imagine these parts will appeal to those who grew up with Super Mario Bros. On the NES, but as a child of the, not that year, I didn't find them to be that fun. Do they ruin Odyssey's gameplay? Of course not, but they're simply not my cup of tea. This fundamentally comes down to personal preference. Whether you like the 2D Mario games of the past will largely determine if you enjoy these callbacks. Surprisingly, there are quite a few bits of 2D platforming for each world, so if that's what you like, I'm sure it will only add to your experience with Odyssey. Taking a step away from the negative parts of Odyssey,
I'm a sucker for a dose of nostalgia, so I found the 2D sections charming. Yeah, I found them fun. I found them fun. I'm not usually into 2D Mario games at all, but I feel like the 2D sections in Odyssey have a place, since they're not only well constructed, but they also serve as sort of a break from the traditional 3D gameplay that's in the game. So yeah, I really like them.
Another fantastic facet is the co-op. Again, I'm pretty biased when it comes to couch co-op in games. It's something I feel has gone to the wayside as of late, but I always appreciate whenever it's implemented into a game. I have fond memories of playing Super Mario Galaxy with my cousin as a kid, where we'd take turns on who could be Luma and who could be Mario. Sometimes we'd fuck with each other, annoyingly making Mario jump at all times, and other instances we'd try to work together, like with using Luma's.
I feel that every Mario game has at least one reference to Mario 1 somewhere. It gets to the point where I feel even 80s kids don't feel nostalgic when they see it now.
Ability to freeze enemies and platforms. Still, it was a shared experience, and that's what I like about video games, which is part of the reason why I still do videos regarding the games I play. Much like its predecessors, Odyssey's co-op functions, with one player taking control of Mario and another controlling his sidekick, this time Cappy. The other player is tasked with beating enemies as Cappy or choosing if Mario will be able to capture an enemy or not. Rather than taking on a more intrusive role to play, the second player can't really hurt Mario's gameplay. Though, I do like how the two can operate independently of each other, which makes the co-op feel more like an equal experience in a sense. Sure, Mario still controls the camera and general movement, but Cappy isn't restricted by the range of the Wiimote or anything. I didn't expect the co-op to be as fun as it was, but here we are. I had my grandma try it out, and I know I'm bringing her up a lot, but I kind of played a little bit of this game with her. And it was just simple enough where she was having fun and she was part of the Odyssey experience without having to move around or solve puzzles. If you have kids or like a younger sibling or relative, I think letting them play as Cappy would be really entertaining.
It's like how every modern Sonic game has Green Hill for like no reason.
For them.
Yeah.
It feels like Nintendo designed the co-op feature with that same philosophy of keeping things simple, and that's something I love a lot.
Real quick, I want to go into the completion bonus of Odyssey, and that might involve going into spoiler territory, so if you want to avoid that completely, not know anything about the completion bonus or anything revolving that, skip to the time right here. It will be there. I'm gonna give you until now. Mario Odyssey wasn't designed to be fully completed, I think. The Power Moon requirement for the last kingdom is 500 Power Moons, and in total there are around 840 or so. So that means you can avoid quite a bit of Power Moons and still get the full experience of Odyssey without having to go out of your way to collect every single thing. Of course, you can still do that, although I wouldn't recommend it because I didn't think the reward for 100% was really worth it. But those last two kingdoms, the ones that require extra Power Moons aside from the final boss encounters and just regular progression, they are kind of cool. I would have liked for there to be more kingdoms that you could go to that were entirely unique, which there is one that's really, really awesome that you get for just completing the game. But again, I just would have wanted more. What would be actually kind of cool, and I know I would buy into this, is if Nintendo released DLC packs for the new kingdoms. DLC is a contentious topic, and usually I'm not a fan of any DLC in any game whatsoever.
Everyone thought that would happen.
In Odyssey's case, though, because the game feels complete in just long enough, I would be fine investing more money into it because I really want to play more and more of Odyssey. I'd love to see what else the developers could do with this formula and add new enemies or go to a different world or maybe, I don't know, go back to Delfino Plaza or Sunshine Worlds. Ultimately, because Odyssey isn't designed around 100% completing this game, rather than just finding all the Power Moons you can to get the full experience on the base.
The only update this game got was just balloons. The mode is fun, but come on.
Rather than going for that like little sugar on top, I guess is a good analogy. I think this is one of the only times where I'd say collecting just 500 Power Moons, which is more than you need, is actually kind of worth it in the end. It's an interesting dichotomy where the gameplay completionist reward is less than the 100% completionist reward, but they're still kind of on the same playing field.
What?
It's an interesting dichotomy where the gameplay completionist reward is less than the 100% completionist reward, but they're still kind of on the same playing field, so you can go for 100% by not actually getting 100% and completing the game. And I like that a lot. It's sort of the same thing about getting all the Korok seeds in Breath of the Wild. Ultimately, you're not going to get anything for it, but it's that you can get pretty much the full experience by just going after a small amount of them. You don't have to get every single thing, but you can still just complete the game, so to speak, with the minimal amount, you know, just enough.
And I like that a lot. I love this game.
There is one complaint I've seen of this game I want to address, and it's this notion that Odyssey suffers because it isn't a true 3D Mario game. This is such a silly, unfounded criticism of the title. First of all, what the fuck does that even mean? Who decides what a true 3D Mario game or what defines Mario as a gameplay concept? You jump around and collect celestial objects. Seems pretty true to the formula established in 64 Sunshine Galaxy and 3D World. Besides, this is what the developers, some who have worked on 3D Mario titles for most of their lives, feel like is the natural evolution of Mario. Odyssey takes elements from the best of collectathons, including ideas from its own series, and succeeds in making one of the most enjoyable, streamlined platforming games of the generation. Originality is what makes the series continue feeling fresh and new rather than stale and old like...
You get a whole super difficult level for 500 moons, but a freaking hat for all moons. Kinda seems unfair, in a way. Well, I mean, it's like... You're not really incentivized to go for 999. I mean, we got Bowser's Fury in the 3D World port, but yeah. I think the amount most people will stop at is 500, if they're even going that far. But like, there are a bunch of fun challenges left after in the post game after you beat Bowser. So
those series that don't strive to innovate or change. This is the most open-ended Mario title to date, and I get if open worlds aren't your thing, Odyssey might not appeal to you. However, saying that because something is different and then on that principle saying that it's detrimental is not a valid critique. Mario is at its best when it does something new or borrows old ideas to improve and tidy up, which is nowhere better expressed than here with this Switch installment. While there aren't many returning characters from the Mario universe like Waluigi, that sort of makes sense considering this is an entirely new world, separate from the Mushroom Kingdom. It doesn't tread on old ground like revisiting Green Hills, World 1 from the NES title.
So
if you want to play a true 3D Mario game, then play whatever Mario title suits your fancy. Odyssey existing doesn't take away your ability to satisfy whatever need you might have for that kind of gameplay. Quite honestly, I think people are just looking to hate anything that's popular or hyped purely because other people seem to hold it in such high regard. Saying the game is overrated or anything like that is such a shallow critique. Why do people liking it too much detract from the game's individual quality? It doesn't, and it shouldn't. If that's the only reason for disliking Odyssey, then I don't really know what to tell you. I just know in like a year we're gonna see every dickhead with a microphone saying, "Is Mario Odyssey still good?" Oh wait, that'll probably be me. Shit, shut it down. Rip my credibility, Herotox. In all seriousness, I get having different opinions, but I don't know how you could say Mario Odyssey is a bad game because of its hype or that it's not Mario enough. I get hype culture raises expectations for a game beyond belief, but that shouldn't detract from the quality. Every game should be evaluated by its own merits without any social context.
I don't think any of those videos have survived. At least I haven't been able to find a lot of videos that are negatively or are taking like a negative look on Odyssey. At least not from back then. Most of the negative videos has been from the last year or so. Maybe they're just lost in the algorithms, but I don't know.
There's silliness. You have to be fair to the game in that regard. It's not the game's fault it has built up so much excitement. Don't let preconceptions ruin a game for you. Overall, Super Mario Odyssey is a masterpiece of a game and one that needs to be in your collection. This game should be your ticket into getting a Switch, if I'm honest. It's sort of the same reason I recommended the PS4 when Bloodborne came out. Some exclusive games are just too good to pass up, and with more sales, I'm confident we'll see more games games like Odyssey come out from Nintendo. With Breath of the Wild, ARMS, Splatoon 2, and now Odyssey, there's definitely enough to justify that purchase. Oh, and by the way, I haven't even mentioned the biggest part of why I love Odyssey, and that's the portability. I love that I'm able to just start up an HD Mario game wherever I am, whether that be in class, on the toilet, or in my bed. It's hard to overstate.
LMFAO, a PS4 just for Bloodborne? Yeah, I mean, why would you do that? Bloodborne is coming to PC any day now. No, but I can totally understand buying a console just for one game. I was tempted when Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart came out for the PS5. But then I was like, you know what? I would have done it if the series was still good.
Just how much the handheld nature of the Switch lends itself well to having an open-world Mario game you can play wherever you want. Adding on to that, Mario Odyssey has so many good things going for it. Overstate just how much the handheld...
Please say Dux, I can only get so hard.
Nature of the Switch lends itself well to having an open-world Mario game.
My husband got a used PS4 just for Bloodborne. Yeah, okay, well, buying it used, definitely. Bloodborne is a good game. I haven't actually completed it yet, but I swear it's good. That's like paying a BMW a subscription for seat heaters, selling your honor away. Yeah, sorry to tell you, but if you are actually driving a BMW, you're already part of the problem. If you want to play something bad enough, you'll cave. Yeah.
You can play wherever you want. Adding on to that, Mario Odyssey has so many good things going for it. You got a rockin' soundtrack, a glorious visual presentation, a good paced, fun gameplay experience focused on exploration and using Cappy in various ways, and a surprisingly engaging, if minimalistic narrative. All the flaws I mentioned, they don't bother me. I'll be honest, I had to really think hard about what I didn't like about Odyssey, because I never once felt like any gameplay component was bad or took away from my enjoyment. I love this game so much, and I want to keep playing it again and again, even after the credits were rolling. I don't care what your age is, what your preferences are, or anything else. Mario Odyssey has something for everyone, and you will feel lost in it for hours and hours. The best games make you lose track of time, and this is one of the best games. This is one of the best Mario games of all time, and one of the best games Nintendo has ever developed. That's high praise, but it's warranted.
Now, as for my favorite Mario game, I still have to say it's Sunshine, purely due to my nostalgia. I just love that game. I grew up with that as a kid, and I don't think I'll ever stop loving it, regardless of how many flaws I realize there are as an adult now. My personal top 5, even after playing Odyssey only twice and, less than a week to sit on these thoughts, it would go something like number 1 being Sunshine, number 2 being Odyssey, number 3 being Galaxy 1 and 2, number 4 being 3D World, and number 5 being 64. I love all the Mario games, but I guess just ranking them in my personal preferences and what I found most fun to play out of each, that would be it. If you have any thoughts about that or want to tell me your favorite ones, let me know. I'm interested to see if people disagree. I know I posted this to Twitter and a lot of people told me my opinion was wrong for liking Sunshine so much, but guess what? Ain't nothing gonna beat Sunshine, because that baby is my baby and I will love it forever regardless of how many flaws.
Really
so what now? Where do I want to see Mario go in the future with the success of Odyssey from a gameplay standpoint? See, my only real complaint about Odyssey is a non-issue. I just wish the game was even more inventive and creative, which would only add to how innovative it already is. I'd love to see future Mario installments expand on Odyssey's open-ended design philosophy for bigger, more connected worlds, as an example. I'd love to see the developers try to make more interesting boss fights, or
I'm so happy you said that about his mustache. I went to flick that thing off of his face. Yeah, it's
Perhaps
like,
have a rival character like El
like
Piantissimo
3
as in
years.
Super Mario Sunshine. You know, have somebody there to
mustache
offer you
years.
challenges and taunt you. What if you
in the
could play
middle.
as Luigi in the post-game, or interact with more characters from the Mario world, like Waluigi or whatever? I also wouldn't be opposed to taking Mario to other worlds besides Earth in the future if Odyssey gets a sequel or something, which I hope it does. Still, I think maybe incorporating some other ideas from past Mario games would be kinda cool too. Regardless, I think this is a good direction for Mario. People tend to enjoy more open-ended approaches to level design, so I think that's something that should stay in the future. I don't exactly know what else the developers could do to make the Mario experience more magnificent.
Even as a kid, I hated Sunshine. It was too difficult and bullcrap to the point where I got all the way to the final boss and could never beat it back then. Yeah, the final boss is weird because you have this random water physics that keeps hurting you, and it's not the same. It's never the same. And also the falling platforms after you ground pound them can be really hard to recover from. Jake Gyllenhaal mustache in Brokeback Mountain is more attractive than this. I haven't actually seen Brokeback Mountain, but I'll take your word for it. I can see why people like it with the open levels and the tropical environment and all, but it's just not my thing personally. Yeah, I mean, I really like parts of Sunshine, but then I really don't like other parts of it. It's a very polarizing game to me.
But they've surprised me before, and I'm sure they'll surprise me again. I'm interested to see how Odyssey will be perceived as time goes on, because I know a lot of people will probably consider this to be their favorite Mario game ever, straight from the get-go. I know my pal Exo Paradigm Gamer has told me that this was the Mario game he had been envisioning since his childhood. I think this is a game that will hold up over the course of time, and I'm happy to know people will love this game as much as I did. Don't wait for that price drop or sale, go buy this game if you have the money to spend. Anyways, as always, if you disagree or agree with me, let me know in the comment section below. I'm always willing to have a chat if you're willing to give me the time, and of course, not the anger. Thank you so much for watching, and take care, have a wonderful day.
Haha. Wow, I just finished editing a video. Yeah, so I guess the reason why I wanted to appear here at the end is to thank you personally for helping this channel grow and also reach 100,000 subscribers, which was pretty cool. I'll be getting one of those sources of validation pretty soon. No, in all seriousness, I do want to thank
I think that's the video.
a lot of you for...
Alright, chat. What do we think? For those of you that have joined us in the middle, and for those that were here from the start, what are your thoughts? I think it's a pretty good video. I mean, makes it his points are concise. I mostly agree with what he's saying, although some weird stuff here and there. Not as weird as some of the other Odyssey videos, like King K and Joseph, but I mean, those are gonna be hard to top. The weirdness of, I don't think we're gonna get as weird videos as that. He was a bit overpraisal, but overall it was a great video. Yeah, maybe a bit too dick righty, if that's a word that can be used to describe anything. But yeah, maybe he should have laid off some of the praise. I mean, I think the moons deserve a lot more criticism than he gave them, because some of the moons, or like how a lot of the moons are just laying out in the open. Some of the time it's not a bad thing, but then there's like, you get fatigued from it after a while. I prefer your video, but my video isn't out yet. And I understand the praise because, again, the context of the time. Yeah, we gotta remember that this video was released 5 years ago, almost, at this point. So that's also something to take into consideration. But yeah, other than that, I don't think he gave me as much to think about as the other videos, but like, I don't know, it's mostly a positive one, and Yeah, I guess he did say that about the tutorials, which is a good point. And also the music. His part about the music, breaking it down, was really on point. And is actually of help to me, since I don't really know how to organize my thoughts when it comes to music. I don't know even the slightest bit of music theory, so anyways, I am going to take a quick break, go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna be a devious deviant and play a ad while I do that, just for fun, I guess. I do like when videos talk about the soundtracks. They can sometimes make or break games for me. The soundtrack is what brings me back to Elder Scrolls so often. Yeah. I gotta go now. Bye. Oh, alright. See you later, Sammy. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, the soundtrack, especially for the Elder Scrolls game, is great. Like, just the ambient music that's going on in the background is awesome. Some of my favorite music to listen to or even use when we're playing D&D. Anyways, yeah, be right back. And when we get back, we're gonna do a palate cleanser with a negative video for once. So, yeah. Gotta be. All right, we're back, and
For sticking around, all of the people who have been here.
he did remove the mustache, it seems, in between, in between filming and editing. So that's character progression. All right. Next up, we have. Let me just double check this. Yep, he must have heard us. Yeah, definitely. I actually sent him a letter about it just when we started, so he must have gotten it by now. So next up is Mario Odyssey is absurdly overrated by Small Green Lobster. Now this is a relatively small YouTube channel, even smaller than me. This is also only 6 months old. So it's one of the newer videos that's been posted about Odyssey. And I don't know, something drew me to this video. I can't explain what or why. But let's see if this guy has any good takes regarding how overrated Mario Odyssey is. Which is kind of ironic, since Haydox was just kind of ranting about how being overrated isn't a real criticism, which I guess it isn't.
Mario Odyssey is widely regarded as one of the best Nintendo games to come out this decade, maybe even this century.
Is that
It
really
has
low?
fun characters you could talk to, some exciting-looking main attractions,
sound
and a
really
general
low?
feeling like you're meandering through a bunch of fantasies brought to life. It's this very colorful and cutesy experience that's a lot like what you'd get if you went to Disneyland, this world of imagination for you to walk
I can't actually
and
turn
that's
it
nice,
up anymore
and
either.
clearly a lot of people like that, but the truth is,
Oh well.
Disneyland is not a good video game, and neither is Mario Odyssey. The game uses fantastic art direction and an all-you-can-eat buffet
It's
of
true,
fan
it's
service that hides
overrated. Never played Nintendo games since I was 17. Yeah.
poorly thought-out world design and lack of overall
So
depth.
easy to call
It's a game
something
that feels like
overrated
it was
too.
created backwards, starting with the graphics and presentation and
There's
rushing
no-
the actual game design at the last minute.
You don't
almost
you
as a
don't
throw-in.
really
It really is effectively just a virtual
have
theme
a
park. But somehow
way
this
to
theme
describe
park
what
convinces a lot of people that
overrated
not only
is.
is it a full
It's
video
just
game,
overrated.
It's actually a masterpiece on the same level as something like Breath of the Wild. And while I don't really agree with the comparison,
Yeah,
I
it's
actually
low.
think it's pretty useful here because it highlights just how bad Odyssey really is.
Well,
Every single
can't
thing
really
that
do
Breath of the
anything
Wild
about
does
it.
well, from the intangible revival of the series' spirit to
We're
the
just gonna have to
actual
listen really
implementation of ideas
closely.
and mechanics, Odyssey doesn't even really try to do, never mind succeed at. Both Breath of the Wild and Mario
just as I
Odyssey
say
were sold
that,
well,
he's saying
from the
something.
intangible revival
Okay,
of
well,
the
hang on,
and that's
let me
nice. and
replay
clearly a
that
lot of people
while
like that.
I
But the
copy
truth
this
is, Disneyland
URL
is not a
into
good
my
video game,
notes.
and neither is Mario Odyssey. The game uses fantastic art direction and an all-you-can-eat buffet of fan service to hide its poorly thought-out world design and lack of overall depth. It's a game that feels like it was created backwards, starting with the graphics and presentation and rushing the actual game design at the last minute, almost as a throw-in. It really is effectively just a virtual theme park. But somehow, this theme park convinced a lot of people that not only is it a full video game, it's actually a masterpiece on the same level as something like Breath of the Wild. And while I don't really agree with the comparison, I actually think it's pretty useful here, because it highlights just how bad Odyssey really is. Every single thing that Breath of the Wild does well, from the intangible revival of the series' spirit to the actual implementation of ideas and mechanics, Odyssey doesn't even really try to do, never mind.
So, okay, I'm not quite sure I agree with that sentiment. Anything is overrated if it's hyped up enough. It comes down to how much you buy into that individually before playing it. You have to manage your own expectations. Yeah,
It's a game that feels like it was
it
created
feels
backwards.
like if something being overrated wholly depends on your subjective view of the game and the hype surrounding it.
Starting with the graphics and presentation and rushing the actual game design at the last minute, almost as a
Rushing
throw-in.
the game
It
design.
really is effectively just a virtual theme park. But somehow, this theme park convinced a lot of people that not only is it a full video game, it's actually a masterpiece on the same level as something like Breath of the Wild. And while I don't really agree with the comparison, I actually think it's pretty useful here, because it highlights just how bad Odyssey really is. Every single thing that Breath of the Wild does well, from the intangible revival of the series' spirit to the actual implementation of ideas and mechanics, Odyssey doesn't even really try to do, never mind succeed at. Both Breath of the
No,
Wild
but
and Mario
like,
Odyssey
okay, I think he's misunderstanding a bit. Mario isn't Zelda, and Zelda isn't Mario. Well, what they were going for in those two games is like completely different. And I think he says it himself too. They don't even try to do it.
were sold as open-world
Unless you're Martin Scorsese and you're talking about movies, you can't use theme park as a derogatory term, especially in a Mario game. Yeah, that too. It's a really weird. Like he means it as a criticism, but like, no, it's not. Not really. Yeah, it's a weird comparison.
interpretations of their respective franchises, focusing primarily on exploration and discovery. But calling what you do an Odyssey exploration or discovery is like calling a run to the supermarket an adventure. For starters, the worlds are mostly very small and sparsely populated. You have a handful of short activities scattered throughout a mostly barren landscape with almost nothing to keep the player engaged in between. The only really fleshed out areas in the game are New Donk City
Okay,
and the
but
main
like, okay. So, I'm already seeing a lot of stuff here that I want to comment on, but like,
adventure.
okay, so he's talking about there are a lot of small activities around the world and nothing in between, but notice how he's traversing the world.
For starters, the worlds are mostly very small and sparsely populated. You have a handful of short activities scattered throughout a mostly barren landscape.
He's
with almost
like
nothing to keep the player engaged.
just
in between.
running.
The only really fleshed out.
He's not
areas in the game
utilizing
are New
Mario's
Donk City
moves
and the
at
main
all.
paths for each world, although even then, not always. Everywhere else is extremely shallow and doesn't have much.
He's
if
on the
anything,
ground
to
and running.
explore.
He's not even jumping.
What makes this worse is that despite the fact that the game actively encourages you to explore every corner of new kingdoms you go to, a huge chunk of what you can do in each world
Oh,
is
he's actually
arbitrarily
rolling.
hidden the first time you go
But
through it.
he's not
At least
utilizing
2/3
the
of
roll
things you
very
can do
well.
only appear after you beat the first boss. So there isn't that much to find or do until you finish the main path. That
What? No, there's a lot of stuff to find and do.
means players who do what the game suggests and try to explore new kingdoms are effectively punished for doing so, since they're going to have to go through everything again after they beat the boss.
Okay, so this is the exact same point that Joseph Anderson had in his video. And while I somewhat agree with this, it's not as bad as they make it sound.
But even after that, another third of all available moons still
Oh, and that's not a third, that's like a fifth.
can't be accessed until you beat the whole game, which means players are expected to go through every single world at least 3
Oh wait, he says the full game. I thought he meant the just the moon rocks.
times.
That's like
This would have been
the moon rocks themselves are like a fourth or a fifth, and then yeah, when you beat Bowser, you get access to a bunch more.
acceptable
But
if
like,
the world
ugh.
meaningfully changed and added
That's
new
just
challenges that build off
not
the
a
player's
good
mastery
piece
the
of
mechanics,
criticism at all.
since, they beat the game. But all the activities are completely interchangeable, and the new ones even sometimes assume the player has no real understanding of the game's mechanics. Newly unlocked challenges are all exactly as difficult and complex as the very first ones you do in the game, and they all give the exact same rewards. And that actually brings us
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, it's not the rewards themselves that's the point of this. It's the way you get them.
to the next big problem. The only tangible things you can get in this game are gold coins, purple coins, and moons. While these could maybe be almost enough rewards by themselves in a normal game if they were placed very strategically, in Odyssey the vast majority of these are literally just sitting out in the open.
No, it's not the vast majority of them. And even if some of them are sitting out in the open, you still go through like an obstacle course or something. It's not like it's not like you're running along a linear path and then just jumping to get moons.
Not even on a platform
What is this guy even talking about? Lol. Yeah, I know, right?
or anything, just sitting there waiting for you to walk over and pick them up. Now, to be fair,
Like,
I
some
don't
of the
super
moons
mind
are
this
like
for the
that,
coins,
and
because
it's-
they always sort of play this
it's
role in past Mario
okay.
games.
I mean, it's
They're
not
mostly there to
optimal,
encourage
but
players to take certain paths that may be a bit more challenging or interesting. And both types of coins have some actual value in this game, because if you collect a lot of them, you can buy fun decorations from Mario and the ship. So those are at least somewhat excusable. Moons, on the other hand, really shouldn't work this way because they play a very different role. Usually, and by usually I mean in literally every other platformer or 3D Mario game I've ever played, moon-equivalent collectibles exist to either encourage or straight up force the player to complete challenges and obstacle courses or to explore the outer reaches of the world. In other words, to get players to play the game. Developers do this because while players generally like playing video games, humans usually need a little bit of extra motivation to do things that they aren't explicitly told to do, even if those things are fun. So these collectibles aren't important in and of themselves, they only exist to help motivate players to play the game. But somehow, the creators of Odyssey got this completely backwards and made
no, wait, you're describing exactly what the game is doing. They're just small icings, or they're basically, the moons themselves are basically just icing on the cake.
moons the main goal of the
He's
game.
literally
which
describing
gameplay
what
is
they
just
are.
another way for the players
And
to
then
get them.
somehow
While you do get a
missing
few
the
moons from
point.
going through the main path of each kingdom or by exploring the world and doing small challenges, those are actually a small percentage of all the moons you can get. At
No!
least half of the nearly 900 moons in this game require the player to either walk to a specific spot out in the open or talk to a specific character. They're not hard to find or hard to get to. You don't even need to do anything special most of the time to get the moon once you're in the right spot. It's just given to you. I find this design choice really confusing, because this actively discourages players from actually playing the game. If you tell players they need some number of moons to progress, and then you hand them most of the moons they need without really having them do anything, then players aren't going to go out of their way to find the game.
Oh, also, this moon in particular, this is the highest point of the map. So you need to actually get up here to get this moon. It's kind of like a reward for getting all the way.
Playing the game. If you tell players
In
they need
addition
some
to
number
the
of moons
store.
to progress, and then you hand them most of the moons they need without really having them do anything, then players aren't going to go out of their way to find the gameplay. Most humans, being human, prefer to take the path of least resistance and will take the moons they're given and move on. Even if it's not as fun, that's just kind of how humans work. Like I said earlier, that's why so many games have this kind of incentive structure in the first place.
Oh yeah, and he's on purpose showing you all the moons that are like this. I understand this is because he wants to prove a point, but the way the game works is that you'll be presented with very different challenges along the way. So you'll never encounter two of the same moons, kind of. Like you'll find one by talking to someone, and then after that you'll probably find some challenge you need to do. Even in the post game, to a certain degree, but yeah.
Sure, some completionists will try to get all of the moons, but most players aren't completionists and will try to play the game at least semi-optimally. And if you can get moons without trying, why would you go out of your way for the harder ones? And by the way, the other side of the coin here is that for those more dedicated players who do go out of their way to complete the harder and, in theory, more fun challenges, all they get for completing them is just one moon. The game never actually rewards players for pushing themselves or trying interesting things, which makes players who actually do that feel cheated. It feels like you're being punished for trying to explore the deeper parts of the game when you could be ignoring them and getting the exact same rewards. It's kind of shocking how badly Odyssey messed up this incredible...
I don't know. This argument only works when you know that there are easier moons to get in the future, which you don't when you're playing the game for the first time, especially. Let's see if I can't write this down. The argument of getting only the easy moons only work when you know that there will be easy moons in the future, which you don't.
Game does.
I disagree about humans only going for the path of least resistance. I love trying to get to places that look unreachable or unintentional. I feel like Odyssey does reward exploration. Yeah, I agree. And that's easily provable too, just by looking at all the places where the devs place coins. Like places you don't actually think you'll be able to go, but then you try and you're getting up there and you're like, I got them. I got the devs. I got somewhere you weren't supposed to go. And then there are suddenly coins up there.
Design concept, especially since every single past Mario game already solved this problem in a dozen different ways. Things like power-ups, one-up shrooms, red coin challenges, and comet coins all had clear roles in past games as tangible rewards for exploring a little bit or going out of your way for harder challenges. But for some reason, these were all removed in Odyssey to be replaced by moons. I mean, the game even already has purple coins that could serve this exact role, but that is...
Okay, but like, then what's the problem? He's saying that past games had one-ups and stuff, like, so that you get rewarded for trying out these different paths and challenges, but then you still do get them in Odyssey. It's not one-ups, it's moons. You still get a reward. It's just the same reward. Personally, I don't think that matters what the reward is, as long as you have something to push you into trying to do the challenge. It being a moon, which is just the main collectible, it's just, well, it's yeah, it is what it is, which is a horrible way to deflect any kind of criticism, but
designers still
that's
double
what I
all
could
over
think
the
of
place.
in the middle
But
of
that's
it.
just the tangible rewards in this game. There are also intangible rewards for the player to find in the form of Easter eggs. Generally speaking, Easter eggs are great because they acknowledge the human playing the game in a fun way. When used thoughtfully and sparingly, they can add a lot to a game. But Odyssey is inundated with Easter eggs. If something isn't a moon, it's an Easter egg or reference, and most of them are repeated dozens of times throughout the game. It's so out of control that out of the 6 fully developed kingdoms in this game, 2 are devoted entirely to referencing old Mario games.
That was text right
2
there.
are devoted to
That was
fully
nice
developed
to see.
kingdoms in this.
Most of these kingdoms are effectively just big challenge rooms. Most of them? You mean the Cloud Kingdom and the Ruined Kingdom? And maybe not even the Moon Kingdom. This is a BS claim.
This game,
It's
2
not
are
grounded
devoted
in
entirely
reality
to
at all.
referencing old Mario games.
You are quoting Emil and Spike. It is what it is. Yes, I know.
There's so many of these little Easter eggs that a lot of them even give the player moons because they have so little value otherwise.
It was kind of intentional because of that one comment I was replying to the day before yesterday, who used the same kind of logic to deflect one of my points in the Oblivion video.
Full amount of this stuff. It doesn't feel special to find a reference in a game that is primarily references, to find Easter eggs in a game that has almost nothing else to reward the player with. At a certain point, most players will just ignore the fun details and skip straight to the more tangible rewards, since even though there's also too many of those, at least they're kind of worth something in the game. And that's everything the game has to offer in terms of exploration. A handful of different collectibles that have less value the more you get them, and so many Easter eggs that they aren't exciting to discover. Compare all of this to the exploration and rewards in Breath of the Wild. You can find weapons, armor, treasures, Korok seeds, shrines, boss battles, new abilities, and even entirely new sections of the world for you to explore. All of these rewards either tangibly change the player's gameplay experience or are, in themselves, experiences to play. And, of course, that's all on top of the references, Easter eggs, and fun world-building details you can discover. But if Breath of the Wild was made by Odyssey's game designers, every single one of these things would basically just be a Korok seed, and all of the puzzles
they're like fundamentally different games.
Korok seed level puzzles that give you more Korok
They're
seeds.
similar, but they're fundamentally different.
But maybe these criticisms aren't totally fair. Maybe you'd argue that Odyssey was miscast as an exploration game, that it's really supposed to be more of an open-world platformer or collectathon designed around Mario's incredibly dynamic movement abilities. But that argument just makes the game look worse, because while Mario has maybe the
No! He didn't say that, did he?
building details you can discover. But if Breath of the Wild was made by Odyssey's game designers, every single one of these things would basically just be a Korok seed, and all of the puzzles you would do and experiences you could have would just be Korok seed level puzzles that give you more Korok seeds. But maybe these criticisms aren't totally fair. Maybe you'd argue that Odyssey was miscast as an exploration game, that it's
You're doing the miscasting here. Like, okay.
really supposed to be more of an open-world platformer or collectathon designed around Mario's incredibly dynamic movement.
Oh, look. My phone. Yeah, I have the Korok sound bit as a message notification.
But that argument just makes the game look worse.
Okay, so
collectathon designed around Mario's incredibly dynamic movement abilities. But that argument just makes the game look worse.
I mean,
around Mario's incredibly dynamic. Criticisms aren't totally fair. Maybe you'd argue that Odyssey was miscast as an exploration game. That's
yeah, you're doing the miscasting.
really supposed to be more of an open-world platformer or collectathon designed around Mario's incredibly dynamic movement abilities.
Yeah, that's literally what the game is. I almost feel like this video is just trolling at this point. Well, I mean, he probably has... It's obvious that he has a lot of thoughts about this, but I don't know, it feels like they're misplaced. His criticisms.
That argument just makes the game look worse, because while Mario has maybe the best mobility of any Mario game, or even just any video game ever, that movement ability is either sidelined or just outright removed for the vast majority of the game.
What? No.
We already talked about how a lot of the moons, and therefore most of the content, don't require anything from the player, and that you can get enough of these kinds of moons to almost finish the game, not just without using any of Mario's abilities, but without doing much of anything. So
again, this is highly dependent on you actually knowing that there are moons like that, which you don't.
I don't think it's really fair to say that this game was meant to be a platformer, or that it was designed in any way around Mario's movement. But it gets worse, because of the remaining moons that do require actual gameplay, many of them still don't use Mario's full range of movement, or even a subset of it. In fact, most of them actively prevent you from using Mario at all by forcing you to use these captures instead. Captures are the main mechanic of this game, and they allow the player to take over and play as enemies you encounter in the world. But while...
Okay, this is kind of stupid. The way I look at the movement in Odyssey is that it's more of a way of getting around than actual content, if you understand. I mean, there are moves that you will need to use a lot of the Mario's moves to do certain stuff. The best example of that being the challenge rooms. And... well, just basic platforming, like climbing to the top of the mountain in Lost Kingdom. But there's also the transformations, which is where the variety comes in. And then it's traveling between these places is where you're also going to use Mario's movement, which it doesn't seem like this guy does. It seems like he's just running straight forward, not utilizing jumps and rolls and stuff like that. Which in that case I can understand where he's coming from, but that's just him not utilizing the game mechanics.
While this sounds like an exciting creative mechanic that adds more variety to the game, in practice, most of these captures are incredibly shallow and gimmicky, replacing Mario's entire moveset with only 1 or 2 movement options or abilities that are mostly slow and clunky to use.
And that's fine, because you're not supposed to be using them in, like, for very long at a time. These are designed to be short stints, whatever, that you're only using for like 5 minutes or something.
A lot of
You're not supposed to traverse the entire level with one transformation. That's not how they're designed to be used.
Challenges in this game that do require some gameplay are built around these captures, and given how limited their movesets are, there's inherently a pretty low ceiling to how complex or interesting they can possibly be. But that's assuming the developers even tried to do anything creative with the captures. Most of the challenges are short and lazy, just a very simple concept introduced, and then that's it. The challenge is over before you can even really start experimenting with the captures. Even the extra hidden moons you can find in the challenge rooms rarely require you to do anything special. You usually just need to notice some extra path and walk through it to get a moon. None of these meaningfully challenge the player or even provide any interesting use cases for the captures, and they certainly don't build up with any of the skills the player might have developed.
He does have kind of a point. I can't wholly deny that. But again, this is a very subjective take on the challenge. And I also don't think the challenge itself is supposed to be why you're going after these moons, but like it's hard to disagree 100%. Let's see, what was he saying? Challenges, or specifically capture challenges aren't that challenging. Yeah, I guess I could say that.
While playing the game. Now, there are still a few challenge moves that require you to be Mario to get them, but even then, most of the time it's just running straight, jumping occasionally, and sometimes throwing your cap. These challenges rarely require players to use Mario's full strength as Mario, and none of them come even close to the kinds of platforming you see in any of the other 3D games.
And also, I think that's kind of a strength of Odyssey. You don't have to use his full movement. I mean, I would prefer if there were more places where you had to, but you can easily cheese a lot of these challenge rooms by utilizing his entire range of moves.
It's so bad that the only
which is
times
kind of where the
anyone
fun
really
comes
uses
in.
Mario's full movement ability is when they're literally trying to skip content. There's 2 trains of thought in trying to justify this. The first is that having all these moons makes the game more accessible for younger audiences or less skilled players by allowing them to progress without needing
No, that's kind of the way this free-form design works.
to be that skilled. But that shows a complete lack of understanding of what makes the game inaccessible in the first place. It's not just that some of the more advanced platforming can be difficult for people. Walking around the world is in itself a huge challenge for less experienced players. 3D movement requiring dual-stick controls is not at all intuitive for people who haven't spent dozens or hundreds of hours playing video games. If you just handed the controller to someone who doesn't have a lot of experience with 3D games, they wouldn't even make it past the first level in Odyssey.
Did I just die?
If you can get past that point, where you can move around cleanly in a 3D environment, the learning curve flattens out really dramatically to the point where these moons become completely unnecessary. The hard part in 3D Mario games like this isn't really the platforming, it's learning how to walk, and these moons don't actually address what is a fundamental issue with the medium. The actual solution to this problem would be to allow players to have more friendly and forgiving controls.
The first, most obvious step is just allowing players to remap the controls to buttons they're more comfortable with, since that's a pretty standard accessibility feature that really should be in this game anyway. But it goes a lot further than that too.
I feel like
Currently, the timings for inputting combos are so precise that even I, someone without any physical disabilities with literally decades of 3D gaming experience, often struggle to execute them properly. What makes this worse is that the
If that took you 6 tries after getting that far, then you haven't really been utilizing the movement much up to that point. And I guess an argument would be that you don't have to, but it feels natural to just do all these moves while you're running around. And I think the game does... They incentivize you to have fun with it.
The game is extremely punishing with these combos. Depending on the order you press the buttons in, Mario will go in completely different directions, and the game actively prevents players from recovering with these annoying mechanics that flat out paralyze Mario and force him to lose all momentum. Since this game is supposed to be more accessible for less skilled players, and since this maneuverability is by far the best part of the game, this feels completely self-defeating. Why make one of the main draws of this incredibly easy Mario game so difficult for the types of players it's supposedly made for? By the way, there are still some sections in the story that do require somewhat precise platforming. They're very short and easy to forget with all the other shit that
I don't even know what to say about this.
But they're still there, and they still filter out the kinds of people who these charity moons would in theory be for. So even if you think that these moons are not just the developers being lazy, and are instead an attempt to make the game more accessible, the designers still did a terrible job because they missed the most important parts of making this kind of game accessible, and even went out.
He's complaining about the difficulty of the controls, but like, I don't think they're that difficult. I mean, this is all subjective, but getting through after just playing a few of the kingdoms, you should
players with physical disabilities or less
really
gaming experience. This is
really
bad game design no matter how you spin it.
They're not that
The
complex.
other train of thought is that fine, maybe a lot of these moons aren't.
For mistakes on charity moons, he's not a fan of the American welfare state.
But assuming you're a reasonably experienced player, because there are so many moons,
Yeah,
in this
he
game,
hates
you don't
them.
actually have to do the ones you don't like. You can just skip
Also,
them and find
what
the better
American
ones.
welfare state?
This is also fundamentally wrong on a lot of levels. For one thing,
I don't
you
think
often
that
won't know whether
something
or not a
that
move is good
exists.
until you've actually done it. When you start a challenge, you can't see what's going to happen or what the progression is going to look like. You may assume that there will be some sort of reasonable progression or payoff, but you won't know the challenge is actually a waste of time until you've already done it and wasted your time. So skipping the bad moons isn't even really an option in the first place. But even assuming you already know which moons are worth doing and which ones you should skip, there aren't enough of these good moons to finish each level, never mind beat the game. Remember, most of the moons are locked away until you beat the game, so you don't even have the option to do 2/3 of the decent ones in your first playthrough. But around 3/4 of all the moons in this game are lazy, bland, and not at all worth your time. So even if you skipped some of them, you would be skipping them so you could do other challenges that are just as bad. What makes this worse is that most of the interesting moons are in challenge rooms hidden throughout the world, while all of the excessively easy and boring moons are placed right in front of the player to do first. So not only are you going to probably end up burnt out from all the shitty moons you run into on the way,
Wait, come on.
you might not even find the better challenges by the time you have enough moons to leave the
The food stamps, I guess. Is there anything else? I don't think so.
kingdom. It's not that you're given the freedom to skip bad moons to do the good ones instead, you're basically forced to do the bad moons and are given the option to do the good ones after. This argument for skipping the parts you don't like only works if a game actually has enough fleshed out content to give players a reason to keep playing the game. But Odyssey only really has a handful of activities that you can do, and they're mostly bad. The fact that they're copy and pasted 600 times throughout the game doesn't make them any less boring, and doesn't actually mean you have a lot of options.
Honestly, I just think this guy failed to have fun with the game. I mean, I think he's purposefully not having fun.
The main counter I see to this is that if I don't like the game, I just shouldn't play it, but that misses the point. This game isn't actually designed around anything and doesn't offer any sort of interesting gameplay. It's just a pile of one-sentence ideas for activities that can barely even be described as mini-games that are all repeated dozens of times in the hopes that the sheer number of them would make up for how unengaging they are. This is the absolute definition of quantity over quality. But nobody sees that because the one thing that Odyssey does really well, even better than Breath of the Wild, is presentation. Odyssey leverages beautiful visuals and a bunch of cheap psychological tricks to hide how little it actually has to offer. That starts with the sheer number of things in this game. The game makes a real effort to play up how much shit
I
there is
hate
and
it
stretch
when
it
my
out so it
games have
seems
a
like
lot
there's even more
of
than you
stuff to
originally
do.
thought. Look at how many
It's
kingdoms
the
there are,
worst.
how much stuff is in them. And just when you think you've run out of kingdoms, more appear. So many that they can't even all fit on the screen at the same time. Yeah, okay, some of them are tiny and mostly empty and look kind of unfinished, but there's so many of them. And all of the captures. Look at how many different types of enemies you can use to replace Mario's incredible movement ability. And then there's the moons, almost
I mean, he's complaining about the captures because there's so many of them, and you have to, and you use them. I don't. I can't make sense of this. If he doesn't like quantity over quality, he should play Starfield and Fallout 4. Yeah.
1,000 of them. Think about how much stuff that is to do. And then each kingdom, you collect some moons, then beat the boss, then more moons appear. Then you beat the game and even
He's definitely just determined to hate every aspect of this game. Yeah, it really
more
does
moons become available
sound
in each
like
kingdom. So much content. Sure, the new moons never build on anything you've done up to that point, and aren't any harder than the moons that you were getting earlier. And yeah, almost every single one requires an activity that you're going to repeat at least twice, if not.
I mean, it seems like he's saying the challenge rooms are basically just running and stuff, but like there are more advanced ones than that. And then at the same time, he's saying that the controls are hard, which those two statements doesn't mix.
5 times or more. And okay, maybe the activities themselves aren't even that creative and interesting. And fine, a lot of the moons are literally just sitting out in the open or available to buy in shops, but there's so many of them. And look at how high your moon count is. It just keeps going up the more you play the game, and your ship's sail just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
There are 2 pretty classic and well-established marketing and reinforcement tactics at play here. The first is that by just constantly introducing new things to a person at a high rate, you can sort of overwhelm their brain and make them feel like they're doing and experiencing a lot, even if none of the individual things they do is actually that engaging. The second is that by constantly making numbers go up, it feels like you're constantly getting more stuff, even if that stuff has no real value. And yes, all video games use these strategies to varying extents because they're extremely effective at making games feel more rewarding. But good games usually have something to actually back those numbers. Breath of the Wild has 120 shrines and 1 million Korok seeds and a dozen regions
Holy
and so on.
Shit, what?
At making games feel more rewarding. But good games usually have something to actually back those numbers. Breath of the Wild has
How? Literally, how? For anyone that has played Breath of the Wild, these areas, these lined areas right here, are supposed to be filled in when you go to one of the towers, like this icon down here, and activate it. It's the same with these icons. They're not filled in the map until you go there and activate them. How have you explored this much of the game, the overworld, and not been to the towers yet? That's almost like that's like imposing a challenge on yourself, which doesn't make sense, because why wouldn't you go to the towers? But whatever.
Shrines and 1 million Korok seeds and a dozen regions and so on. But there's actual substance behind it.
I don't think he actually likes to explore. Seriously. Yeah. I mean, we'll do the summary at the end of the video, but we'll give our
numbers. For one thing, shrines and Korok seeds and all this stuff you can collect are used in-game to make Link stronger or give him new abilities. For another, you actually have to play the game to get all the shrines and Korok seeds and whatnot. The rewards for doing actual tasks and challenges. Plus, there's a ton of other stuff you do in the game that isn't represented by numbers, and a lot of rewards that are more intangible. The numbers in Breath of the Wild are a relatively natural result of how much actual varied content the developers made. Odyssey is the opposite. Its main goal was to have as many big numbers as possible, and then it tried to find ways to justify them afterwards. But the game also does something else that's really insidious and manipulative. Every character you see in this game is pretty much always celebrating Mario. Not just what he did in saving their kingdom, but Mario himself. Remember what I was saying earlier about all those Easter eggs and references? How the game constantly tries to remind you that it's a Mario game, and how much you love Mario? Look at all these fun Mario references. Look at this entire section devoted to celebrating Mario's origins. Look at this finale that inverts the classic Bowser kidnaps Peach trope. Look at all of this. Mario's incredible. He's amazing. How could you not love Mario, given all of this? It's all very masturbatory, but it's also a very effective strategy for invoking the player's nostalgia for Mario. I think Michael Scott explained it best.
That's how it works. I show her an image that turns her on. And then she looks at me, then she looks at the image, then back at me, then back at the image. Soon she doesn't know what is me, what is the image. She just knows that she's turned on.
This is almost exactly what Odyssey is trying to do here. There have been so many great Mario games that at least one of them will have had a massive impact on anyone who plays Odyssey. So Odyssey...
I don't know what to say about this.
Odyssey shows the player
things really going on a tangent about Mario propaganda.
As you've probably seen with how much reviewers rave about the game's big, flashy, self-congratulatory set pieces, this was incredibly effective, but it's all just smoke and mirrors. All of this stuff is just a bunch of different ways to trick your brain into getting excited and to associate that feeling with a game that hasn't done anything to earn it. And that's why I find it deeply, fundamentally wrong that people praise this game as the Mario counterpart to Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is a tight-knit game. It took the idea of player empowerment and discovery to
people are praising. I haven't seen anyone praising this game as the Mario counterpart to Breath of the
Legend
Wild.
of Zelda such a massive hit to create a revolutionary masterpiece that set an
even from the 5-year-old videos.
Breath of the Wild may be one of the most important games to have come out in the last 10 years, and will see its influence in games decades from now, both mechanically and in spirit. It is The Legend of Zelda at its absolute apex, a triumph of the franchise that is pulling it and the rest of the industry in an electrifying new direction. Odyssey is the exact fucking opposite. It's flashy and inviting in a completely superficial way. It doesn't build on the giants of its genre, doesn't understand the brilliance of the past Mario games it claims to take inspiration from. Instead, it desperately floods players with a monsoon of cheap tricks, shallow variety content, and cutesy animations so players don't have time to realize they're not actually doing anything interesting. It is a game that rides heavily on the popularity of its brand while completely missing what made it great. Odyssey is Mario in nothing but name, an unfocused mess of a game that has absolutely no idea what made its franchise the gold standard of the industry.
Is this just a drop?
Yeah.
Did I just die?
Yes.
Where was I
Why is he showing that clip again? This just does not look good for anyone.
to go? They said that was up
I mean, of
ahead.
course you're gonna fall into the abyss when you walk out into nothing.
Wait, what was I supposed to do? Should I follow? Should I?
Are you
attach myself to the bird and
serious?
fly with it? No. Okay. Should I?
This has to be on
Okay,
purpose,
what?
right?
That doesn't even really look like a lever.
Are you fucking kidding me? Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Mario. I have a problem with people making general statements like all of the challenges are boring without giving real details as to why they think they're bad. He just moves on to the next complaint. Mario was always shallow. What the fuck did he think Mario was? Well, Mario hasn't been shallow. Or Mario is rarely shallow. And, okay, so to summarize the video, Breath of the Wild good, Odyssey bad. No, but like, oh my god, there's so many things wrong with this. What did he say at the end there? Oh crap.
Of cheap tricks, shallow variety content, and cutesy animations so players don't have time to realize they're not actually doing anything interesting. It is a game new direction. Odyssey is the exact fucking opposite. It's flashy and inviting in a completely superficial way. It doesn't build on the giants of its genre.
It doesn't build on the giants of its genre. Never mind the fluid movement, never mind the exploration aspect. That's not supposed to be exploration specifically, but more like traveling, I guess. Well, it's hard to explain, but cutesy animation is seriously complained. Yeah, because it's at least he means that the cutesy animation is just a way to fool the player into thinking that Odyssey is a good game. It's kind of it's supposed to be a distraction. And I don't know, it's like looking at a plate of food and saying that the lasagna is supposed to be a distraction from the broccoli or something. Because your mom really wants you to eat the broccoli, so you can't eat the lasagna until you've eaten the broccoli. I don't know. It's just it doesn't make sense. It's all supposed to complement the game, right? The broccoli is supposed to complement the lasagna. It's not supposed to be a tool for the developers to fool you into thinking the game is good. If the game wasn't good, then the game wouldn't be better with cutesy animation. I would buy that complaint if the gameplay actually was lacking creativity, but he came nowhere near convincing me of that. Yeah, right? So like, and it seems like his entire argument rests on that he didn't have fun with the game. But when you look at the gameplay, it's kind of obvious why he didn't have fun, because he's not utilizing Mario's moves very much. And a counter to that would be that the game doesn't require you, like specifically require you to use all of his moves. But I think that this is something that comes naturally as you're playing the game. And even, like, especially if you're used to playing Mario games, that's kind of a not a good counter, since you shouldn't have played previous games in the series to have fun with the current game you're playing. But even Odyssey makes it easy to engage with its systems. Like a good example would be how when you start the game, you'll land in the Cap Kingdom, and you land on top of a hill. So when you run down that hill, Mario gets a boost of speed. And it's the same when you're chasing Cappy, right? You're running up the hill, and then Cappy runs away down the hill, and when you run down the hill, Mario gains momentum, puts his arms out, and he goes really fast. And I think that's key to having fun with Odyssey, just utilizing Mario's moves. And also the roll is very important for when you're getting from place to place. And it just seems like he doesn't agree, he doesn't find the base movement mechanic very fun. And then, of course, you're not going to find the rest of the game fun, because it's all centered around that. But he specifically says that the captures takes away from the movement. So, I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me where he's coming from with this. Or, well, that specific point. And then there's the moons are not challenging, or the moons are just out in the open. Which he says most of them are just out in the open, which isn't true. You do talk to some people during the adventure. But again, this is the same trap that Joseph Anderson and King K falls into. When you look at all the moons in a list and divide them up how you get them, it looks very repetitive. But when you're actually in the levels playing the game, you're not gonna run around and talk to 3 people in the span of 5 minutes and get a moon for it. There's like maybe, at least during your first run through of the levels, there's like Captain Toad, and that's it. Sometimes he's really well hidden, which I don't think he showed off very well. And then during after you've beaten Bowser, there's Peach. But like those are also 2 completely different run-throughs of the game. That's pre and post game. I don't know. It feels like he's looking at the entire game, but in a still frame. Right? It's just everything is there. He's looking at all of it at the same time. And I think that's kind of the core of his arguments. Is that kind of misunderstanding that not everything is there at the same time. You have a kind of natural progression through the entire game, if that makes sense. What else can you say? Yeah, it was a short video. I think he made his... I have to leave, but I wanted to throw a little support your way before I head out. Thanks again for all the great videos. I look forward to seeing your Odyssey video. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you for the $10, Mandis Felix. I really appreciate that. Thank you a lot. Wasn't expecting that today, that's for sure. And thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. It's fun to have someone to talk to while doing this. And that's the whole reason I live stream it, right? Yeah, thanks a lot. Well deserved. Thank you. Thank you. as for the video, I think that's it. Man, it's kind of fun to have something to really dig into like this, though. That's something you don't get with the positive videos, at least not when I myself am leaning more towards the positive side. It's more fun to have something contrasting my opinions, but yeah. I still can't believe, have a great stream, thank you, I will. I still can't believe the Mario celebration bit in order to make up the lack of depth of the game like the Romans with bread and circus policies. Yeah, the fucking references. That's such a big part of his criticism too. It's like, they're nostalgia baiting. And then again, like what I said previously, he's acting like you get these all the time, when in reality it's like here and there. And the by far biggest thing is the New Donk City festival, which is such a massive throwback. Well, it's not even a massive throwback. It's just like, it's a nod. Or, well, the New Donk City itself is kind of a massive throwback, but like the festival it's a nod to the fucking arcade game. Okay? And it's so long since that was even a thing that calling it nostalgia baiting seems very off. I mean, who even remembers that these days? Most of the Mario fans probably started playing with Galaxy or 64. They have no idea what the arcade version was. Like, back when he was called Jumpman. No one remembers that. So it's not even on the level of nostalgia pandering. It's just because no one's nostalgic for it anymore. There's no one left to remember how that was. Jesus Christ, man. It's just a really weird argument to make when there's not really... when there's so much new stuff in the game compared to old stuff. I mean, the 8-bit sections are fine. I don't think they're nostalgia pandering with them, but he seems like he thinks that just because they're 8-bit, which is weird. But yeah, I don't know what to think about this. I think that's it, honestly. Yeah, short video, a lot to talk about it. Then again, this is his subjective opinions, right? So what can you really say? I just feel like he comes at it from it just feels like he comes at it from the wrong place. Let's see what the comments say. Exactly on the moon part. It's better to have 120 moons like before, a more challenging, well-thought missions to earn them. I as well am not a completionist either. I completed Mario Odyssey more out of duty, because Mario games are the only games all 100% complete. That sounds like a you problem, honestly. Out of tradition rather than fun. Plus the moons are out in the open, or better generic games like Sunshine and 64 are more fun to complete. The reward is kind of better, maybe not so much in Sunshine. All you get is a photo at the end, but it's still fun to complete. Fucking, who thinks Sunshine is fun to complete? There's the blue coins. No one likes the blue coins. Odyssey felt like such a chore to get everyone. Well, I don't know. This sounds like someone who's looking at Sunshine and 64 with rose-tinted glasses, because those games are definitely a chore to 100% complete. The only reason I played this game so much is the movement. The movement is so amazing that it keeps bringing me back. Everything else in the game is alright, but not 10 out of 10 like the movement. Yeah, the movement, basically the best thing about the game. And it kind of carries, it carries a lot on its back. It really does, but it's not carrying everything. If the game had 400 moons would have solved half its problems. Playing the game sometimes feels like a chore. A lot of stuff you said I agree with. I disagreed with a little with precise movement mechanics. In some spots you do require great platforming. Yeah, but the clips you showed you were just bad. Lol. Yeah, he was just bad. What's worse, Moro boomers or Mario boomers? I don't think Mario boomers exist. I mean, there are people who are nostalgic for Super Mario 64, but like, I think those people have moved over to Odyssey right now. But yeah, definitely Moro boomers, right? Other things I agree with though, and it was well put. I do feel like you put too much hate in it though. Yeah. Half of infinity is still infinity. Okay. 13 days ago. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's a nice comment section, I think, with some varied opinions. That was Mario Odyssey is absurdly overrated by Small Green Lobster. A bit too harsh, maybe, with some weird opinions here and there. Still not weirder than Joseph or King K, but we're getting close. We're getting close. So as a palate cleanser, I think that was good. Next up, I'm thinking
is a game that is special.
Ooh, okay. So this is kind of the small YouTuber arc, except for Haydox, I guess. So we're gonna take a look at another video here. I think, despite its title just being critique, I think this is gonna be more on the positive side. I don't really know because I haven't watched that much of it. I watched like for his first 5 minutes of each of them just to make sure. But yeah. Even his title is just bad faith. You can't have absolutist takes, let alone on a title. Yeah. I know, right? Just gonna check my own titles for that. I think I have some of that on my own videos, actually. But yeah, it's a learning process, after all. This is Super Mario Odyssey critique by Hypercharge. 5-year-old video, just like Haydox, released back when Odyssey was a new game. And it's showing on the stream, right? Yep.
Super Mario Odyssey is the 18th game in the Super Mario series.
Audio.
Being the latest home console entry for the Nintendo Switch, it's been met with some exceedingly high expectations. After the release of Super Mario Galaxy in 2007, fans have been feverish to play something on par with the earlier entries in the series. While Super Mario Galaxy 2 and Super Mario 3D World were good games, there's no denying that Super Mario Odyssey is finally the true sequel that we've all been waiting for. To put it bluntly, I've been waiting around 10 years to play a game like Super Mario Odyssey, and no one had higher expectations for this game than me. Now that I've gotten a chance to play through the game, I think that it was really good, but there are also a couple of problems that I wanted to address. For this video, I'm going to spoil the entire game. If you haven't beaten Super Mario Odyssey, then I'd recommend watching this video until after you reach the end credits. After all, one of the most unpredictable things that has ever happened in a Super Mario game happens right at the start of the game. So once again, here is a spoiler warning.
Oh no. Not spoilers.
Anyways, the game starts with Bowser kidnapping Princess Peach because it's a
You can't have oh my god, my ears. Oh, did you turn the volume up or something?
fucking Mario game. In a failed attempt to save the princess, Mario is knocked off of Bowser's
loud?
ship and lands in the Cap Kingdom. It's here where you're quickly introduced to Cappy, and he tells Mario that Bowser has also captured his little sister. So through similar goals, Cappy and Mario decide to team up in order to stop Bowser and save their respective partners. It's a pretty simple story, but it's also told within a couple of minutes, introduces the main crux of the story, and doesn't waste too much time. It's at this part of the game where we can acclimate ourselves to controlling Mario. One of my first concerns going into Super Mario Odyssey was that Mario's movement would be simplified like in Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario 3D World. Luckily, this wasn't the case, since Super Mario Odyssey has brought back the more subtle movement mechanics from Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine. Chaining moves together feels as fluid as ever, with each move effectively changing or retaining the momentum of Mario's previous actions. For example,
that's not quite right. Long jumps, dives, does
Mario
not
is moving
retain,
faster than his running speed, he can conserve that momentum through the use of a triple jump, allowing Mario to move at extremely high speeds. Performing a triple jump from a running start doesn't match the speed in the slightest, and when comparing them side by side, this difference is really easy to notice. This subtle gameplay mechanic hasn't been seen since Super Mario Sunshine, and it's one of the major reasons why I preferred Mario's movement in those earlier games. Regarding Mario's moveset, his long jump, backflip,
really
side flip, triple
noticeable
jump,
in
wall
Sunshine,
jump, and ground pound have been carried over from the previous games with little to no changes. Mario's roll has also been carried over from Super Mario 3D World, which works in tandem with Mario's other moves to help maintain his momentum. A brand new addition to Super Mario Odyssey is the ground pound jump, which mostly just functions as another form of a high jump. Considering that the ground pound has always been a total momentum killer in the previous games, it's nice to see that this addition allows Mario to keep moving. Mario's spin jump has also made a return, but this time it's so useless that I never considered using it once throughout the entire game. Instead of using the superior spin jump from Super Mario Sunshine, Super Mario Odyssey borrows the clunky spin jump from Super Mario 3D World, where you have to wait for Mario to be spinning before you can perform the jump. The startup on this move alone brings Mario to a complete stop, and the jump itself is so floaty that it's not even worth the effort. Unlike the roll and the ground pound jump, this move doesn't work well in tandem with Mario's other abilities, making it a pretty impractical move to perform. Mario can also perform his dive from Super Mario 64 and Sunshine, but this time it acts in a completely different way. Instead of simply pressing the B button, it's now performed in tandem with the ground pound, making the move feel incredibly static. This means that the jump arc of the dive will always be the same no matter what moves are performed before it. At first glance, this felt incredibly jarring, but it somehow ended up being the most useful move in the game, since it can be used to essentially double jump in the air. While there are some changes I dislike, Mario himself feels as good as he's ever been. It really feels like Nintendo has nailed the physics of Mario's motion to near perfection. With that said, you could assume that Super Mario Odyssey has the best movement out of all the 3D Super Mario games, but we have to remember that Mario isn't alone. Cappy also plays a very important role in Mario's moveset, and this is where I feel like the game falls a bit short. The main use of Cappy is to throw him with the X or Y button, which is mostly used to hit objects or smaller enemies. Throwing Cappy also functions as a way to adjust your movement in midair, similar to the spin attack in Super Mario Galaxy. This allows Mario to more accurately land in the intended direction of a jump, which can be a lifesaver in certain situations. By holding the X or Y button, you can also hold Cappy in place in order to perform a high jump. While it can be used on the ground, it's more practical to use it in midair, since it allows Mario to jump greater distances. In fact, one of the most overpowered moves in the game is using the midair cap jump in tandem with Mario's dive. Since his dive will always travel the same distance every time, you can use it consistently with the cap throw and never have to worry about missing Cappy. After jumping off a Cappy, you can also throw Cappy again and perform another dive again, essentially performing a triple jump. The cap dive combo is incredibly overpowered because it can be used to travel across the longest gaps and the highest gaps at the same time. For example, if you want to jump across a long gap, you start your cap dive combo with a long jump. But if you want to jump across a high gap, you start it off with a high jump instead. Mix in a wall jump in between and you'd be surprised how often you can just jump over large gaps. Of course, the main gimmick of Super Mario Odyssey is using Cappy's capture ability to take control over certain enemies and objects. On a surface level, this is a really great addition. It provides Mario with a ton of utility that he wouldn't normally have, which is inherently a good thing. The problem I personally have with Cappy is that the utility it provides often removes a lot more than it adds. Whenever Mario is in control of another enemy, his moveset is often extremely simplified, usually revolving around only pressing 1 or 2 buttons. Because of this, the capture mechanic is mostly used as a method to solve puzzles, which doesn't add much to the platforming. For example, whenever you're in control of a Goomba, most of the gaps that you have to cross are extremely short because the game limits Mario's moveset. After all, you can't triple jump, you can't wall jump, you can't side flip, you can't dive in the air, you can't use your momentum to increase your speed, and you can't even use Cappy while you're controlling an enemy. As a result, the game can't challenge the player to an interesting platforming segment while you're in control of a Goomba. Now, that's not to say that Super Mario Odyssey doesn't use Cappy for platforming, but I'd argue that it's very simplistic. As an upward, the only thing you can do is stretch your body upwards. As a tropical wiggler, the only thing you can do is stretch your body horizontally. As a bullet bill, the only thing you can do is fly forward or fly forward slightly faster. The novelty of controlling the enemies can be enjoyable at times, but after a while it just gets too stale because of the lack of variety. You could say that the wide range of enemies gives Mario a ton of utility, but that doesn't really matter because Mario can only control one enemy at a time. It doesn't matter that Mario can jump really high as a frog when he's in control of a Hammer Bro. It doesn't matter that Mario can shoot objects with a tank when he's in control of a Cheep Cheep. If you can't access all of these abilities...
like, you're not supposed to shoot things when you're a Cheep Cheep either. This is a very weird criticism.
During the moment, they might as well be completely irrelevant. After all, one of the defining aspects of the 3D Super Mario games is Mario's wide variety of moves. The challenge and fun of the home console entries is having the ability to chain together all of Mario's moves at the same time. Personally, this is why I feel like the capture mechanic feels a bit underwhelming. By limiting Mario's moveset, it removes the entire reason of playing a 3D Super Mario game. In comparison...
Okay, alright. Is he gonna bring up the flood things? But anyway, it seems like he's just looking at this the wrong way. Kind of like Small Green Lobster did. It's like he's looking at it like the captures are there, or the captures remove a piece of the game, when in reality they kind of add to it. I mean, whenever you use a capture, it's just not just to use them, it's to do a certain thing that you maybe couldn't do with Mario's core moveset. So like, I don't see how not being able to shoot projectiles as a Cheep Cheep is even relevant.
In comparison to Flood from Super Mario Sunshine, Cappy feels incredibly underwhelming. In fact, the only new ability that improves Mario's platforming is the cap jump, which is honestly a huge disappointment. There's a lot of ways you can jump off a Cappy, but at the end of the day, Cappy is just a glorified spring pad. On the other hand, Flood provided a ton of utility that affected Mario's movement. The best thing about Super Mario Sunshine is that Mario and Flood can both combine their abilities and become greater than the sum of its parts. There are so many intricate things that you can pull off with just the simple press of an R button, which is why I think that Super Mario Sunshine has some of the best movement options in the series. Cappy doesn't work in the same way that Flood does. While they're technically working together, there's never any moments where their abilities complement each other in a brand new way. You're either stuck with the capture mechanic playing as an enemy, or you're mostly jumping around as Mario and using Cappy as a floating step stool. I also think that the pollution in Super Mario Sunshine played a very important role in making Flood a worthwhile addition. The pollution was a constant hazard all throughout the game, but Flood could remove the pollution by spraying water, which in turn affected the way that Mario traversed the level. Flood's ability to spray water is entirely dependent on what Mario is doing during the time, which means that Flood can be used to clean up the pollution in many different ways. On the other hand, Cappy's capture mechanic only has one tried and true method to solving puzzles.
Really,
Mario's ability to solve problems is entirely dependent on what enemies just happen to be around, meaning that most players will perform every action by using these same exact methods. At the end of the day, Cappy doesn't add enough variety to the platforming, and
it sounds like he thinks that they're just placing enemies somewhere and then stuff. It's like, no, these are designed levels. They are placed there with purpose. And also, a lot of these you can just skip if you have a good control of Mario's movements. So, yeah, it's...
Challenges revolving around the capture mechanic involve a lot of repetition. Unsurprisingly, there are also some moves that can only be performed through the use of the motion controls. You can throw Cappy upward or downward with their respective motions, and you can also perform a spin throw by horizontally tilting both Joy-Cons in the same direction. Shaking the controller after throwing Cappy can also make Cappy use a homing attack, which can be used to more accurately hit your target. Although the game says that these moves are exclusive to the motion controls, some of them can be performed through the use of button presses. For example, if you throw Cappy while in the spinning animation, you can perform the spin throw, which seems to make logical sense. The only issue is that the slow startup on the spinning animation means that the spin throw carries the same delay. As a result, the spin throw is at its best when being used with the motion controls, which can be frustrating for players who would rather press a button. Mario can also use the downward throw after using a ground pound, which is mainly used to throw Cappy longer distances. Again, since this move can only be used with the ground pound, it's created an additional delay as well. Although the game has created button combinations that allow these moves to be performed, they've been implemented in such a way that it incentivizes the use of the motion controls rather than creating a simple alternative. That's not even going into the issue that the upward throw and the homing attack don't have a button press variation. This can be a major problem for players who would rather play this game with the Joy-Cons attached to the Switch, because moving the controllers also means moving the screen at the same time, which makes the motion controls near impossible to perform. To make things worse, the developers have also created motion control moves that are slightly better than the button pressed variants. Sometimes shaking the controller will make Mario perform an action much faster, or sometimes it'll even lock away a certain ability behind the motion controls for seemingly no reason. For example, you can fly faster with the Paragoomba, you can perform a jump dash with the lava bubble.
That's something I had missed. Although that's one example, 2 examples out of 100. Still though, I'm gonna write that down. Motion controls. Lock some stuff away behind them.
And you can perform a higher jump with the frog. When Mario is capturing an enemy, only 2 buttons are in use, which means the developers could have placed these motion control variants on literally any other button, but just decided not to. This has to be the most passive-aggressive thing Nintendo has ever done, because it seems like Nintendo is punishing players who don't play with Nintendo's preferred method of control, which is just kinda stupid. Now, don't get me wrong, I think the motion controls work pretty flawlessly when you're playing the game with 2 Joy-Cons.
Yeah, it's a very
Within the first couple of minutes, I was able to perform all of Mario's moves with some simple movements of my wrist. Although motion controls can be somewhat obnoxious, I still think that using subtle movements can be an intuitive way to control video games. On the other hand, some people outright dislike motion controls and would rather disable them at any chance they can get, which is why the developers should have prioritized the use of the button commands. This is where I think the game has failed, because a lot of the buttons have overlapping uses for seemingly no reason. Mario's jump is mapped to both the A and B buttons, throwing Cappy is mapped to both the X and Y buttons, resetting the camera is mapped to both the L and R buttons, and Mario's crouch is mapped to both the ZL and ZR buttons. I know the process of creating button mapping can be pretty complicated, but the amount of overlapping buttons is just wasteful. It's frustrating, because some of Mario's moveset is now locked behind the motion controls when there are plenty of options that could have been used. You could have pressed the ZR button to perform the spin throw, you could have held the L button and then pressed X or Y to perform an upward or downward throw, you could have pressed the alternate throw button to activate the homing attack, and they could have just mapped the dive move to the B button. Some of these implementations might feel slightly awkward, but there's clearly 4 overlapping buttons that might have created some kind of solution. solution. At a first glance, the button mapping in this game is just baffling, but it all made sense once I discovered that you could play the game with 2 players. In this mode, one player controls Mario with a single Joy-Con, while the other controls Cappy with the other Joy-Con. In contrast to the single player, the button mapping for the multiplayer feels incredibly tight. They even removed one of the extra throw buttons and used it as a method to rotate the camera. It might seem like a harmless addition, but the inclusion of this mode...
Not within the game, at least. Through the Wii... through the Switch menu, you can, to some degree. But it's not perfect.
Has had a negative impact on the single-player experience. Looking at the button mapping, it seems like Nintendo has designed this game from the ground up to work with only one Joy-Con. For example, the single-player controls have 4 trigger buttons, and the sideways Joy-Cons for the local 2-player mode only have...
The most you can hope for is just that they don't make it too dumb.
2 trigger buttons.
And I don't
could
think
have
this
used
is too
these
dumb,
4 trigger buttons to help improve Mario's moveset for the single player, but this would mean that the controls for the multiplayer would no longer work. So, instead of using these buttons to improve Mario's moveset, Nintendo must have placed priority on making this game work with only one Joy-Con, since having the local 2-player mode was obviously one of the main features of the Nintendo Switch. It's annoying, because now Mario's moveset is being determined by this extra mode that the majority of players will probably never use. Personally, I would have preferred that Nintendo put priority on the single-player experience instead, because in its current state, the controls have been dumbed down in order to include this feature. Even if you decide to purchase an extra pair of Joy-Cons solely for the use of the multiplayer, you're still being limited by the bare minimum requirements. So, although there are a ton of overlapping buttons that could have been used to improve Mario's moveset, Nintendo has decided to ignore these buttons in order to promote the capabilities of the Nintendo Switch instead. After making your way through the Cap Kingdom, Mario eventually ends up in the Cascade Kingdom. The immediate goal of this level is to restore the Odyssey by collecting power moons, which act as fuel to power the ship. Once the ship is restored, the Odyssey becomes the main method of transport to travel between levels. Because of this, Super Mario Odyssey has chosen to once again use a level select screen instead of an overworld hub, which is probably one of the more disappointing aspects of the game. One of the issues with using a level select screen is that it forces the player through a bottleneck of predetermined levels. Linearity isn't a bad thing, but I'd argue that the fun of the earlier games was having the freedom to choose which levels you wanted to play, which is why I personally prefer the overworld hubs. The game tries to alleviate this problem by sometimes giving the player a choice between 2 levels, but it doesn't really matter because the game forces you to play through both levels anyways. As a result, the freedom of choice has been completely taken away from the player, which runs in total opposition to the established Power Star system. After all, the entire system around collecting stars revolves around the assumption that players can go to different levels and collect them in any order they wish.
This is also why I think the kingdoms themselves are supposed to be hubs.
I've done multiple playthroughs of
because even in 64, you're still locked into following a set route by defeating Bowser 2 times. You can't just collect a bunch of moons or you can't just collect a bunch of stars and then go straight to the last boss. There's still a predetermined path you have to follow.
Super Mario 64, where I never went to Jolly Roger Bay. I don't really hate this level, but I'm not a huge fan of swimming, so I'd rather go to the other levels instead. Luckily, since the game is structured around the overworld hub, the player can curate...
And I also think that it's not that much of a problem, since you usually only have to collect a very, very few amount of moons to move on. So if you don't like the level, the devs are basically just forcing you to give it a chance. But then, after like 6 or 7 moons, you don't like it, they're like, okay, fine, you can go on.
Which levels they want to play, and which ones they want to ignore. The only goal of Super Mario 64 is to collect 70 Power Stars, which means that it's not required to get every single star in the game. If you want to collect all of the stars in one level and get 1 star in another, there's not that much stopping you from doing that. By the time that you get to the end of the game, you'll have spent most of your time playing the levels that you enjoyed the most, which is one of the strengths of having an overworld hub. Super Mario Odyssey doesn't follow this structure in the slightest. Although you aren't required to collect every Power Moon in the game, you still have to collect a minimum amount of Power Moons per level, which isn't nearly as fun. For example, the minimum amount of Power Moons required to beat the Lost Kingdom is 10. The amount of Power Moons you collected up to this point of the game will have no impact on this number at all. It will always be 10 no matter what you do. In the previous games, the total amount of Power Stars you've collected would usually determine which levels you could unlock next. But this is something that Super Mario in the slightest. Although you aren't required to collect every Power Moon in the game, you still have to collect a minimum amount of Power Moons per level, which isn't nearly as fun. For example, the minimum amount of Power Moons required to beat the Lost Kingdom is 10. The amount of Power Moons you collected up to this point of the game will have no impact on this number at all.
Yeah,
it will
like
always
I said,
be
the devs are
10
kind of
no matter what you do. In the previous games, the total amount of Power Stars you've collected would usually determine which levels you could unlock next. But this is something that Super Mario Odyssey doesn't do. As a result,
honestly,
the only thing that this requirement does is force players.
It's detrimental to repeat playthroughs. But like, I don't know, for a first playthrough, I think it's fair to have the player at least try the level. I mean, that's basically how it is in 64 anyways. You have no idea what's waiting for you. So you jump in the picture, and then you're kind of locked to doing 1 star or whatever. And if you don't like it, you can just go back. I feel like this is a very weird criticism for at least a first time playthrough. For a replaythrough, I kind of get it. But even then, finding 10 moons in the Lost Kingdom, it's not that hard, and it does not take
to play through each level, which feels like an unnecessary limitation. It's really the worst of both worlds. If you dislike a level and you'd rather move on to the next level, you're now being forced to collect the minimum amount of Power Moons required. On the other hand, if you really enjoy a level and you'd love to collect a lot of Power Moons, you're now being incentivized to move on to the next level anyways, because your total Power Moon count has no impact on unlocking new levels. As a result, unless you're aiming for 100% completion, collecting Power Moons past this
looking at the Power Moons as rewards.
Minimum amount is just a waste of your time. After restoring the Odyssey, Mario and Cappy make their way towards the Sand Kingdom, which is where I feel like the game truly starts. Unlike the Cap Kingdom and Cascade Kingdom, this is the first massive level that has an overwhelming amount of Power Moons to collect. In many ways, the levels in Super Mario Odyssey feel like an extension of Super Mario 64, where finding the Power Stars would involve more open-ended exploration. Most of the Power Moons can be found all throughout the level, which will usually involve the same kind of puzzle solving that was done in Super Mario 64.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me. People are sucking Super Mario 64 sticks so hard that they completely forget that most of the stars in 64 are kind of just there. And the challenge is all about getting to them. So yeah, it's weird.
Attached to this is that you'll also receive the same kind of missions from Sunshine and Galaxy, which will highlight a Power Moon and push the player along a specific path. Most of the missions aren't required to complete, but they do benefit the player by unlocking more Power Moons throughout the level. For example, some of the Power Moons in the Sand Kingdom are locked away behind blocks of ice, which will only melt once you defeat the boss. This means that despite having prior knowledge of where every Power Moon is located, you'll still be drawn to completing the objectives anyways, since they will help you gain access to more Power Moons. As a result, the optional objectives end up feeling more mandatory than they should, which ends up pushing players towards a more linear experience. For a game that boasts about how much freedom it has, it seems strange that there are so many gameplay mechanics that enforce the exact opposite. The Power Moon requirements forces players to play through each level, the level select menu determines what levels you travel to next, and the objective-based missions limit how many Power Moons you can collect at a time. I think the reason that these limits are in place is because there are an exorbitant amount of Power Moons per level. To put this in perspective, the minimum amount of Power Stars required to beat the previous games was around 50 to 70 stars, while the minimum amount of Power Moons required to beat Super Mario Odyssey is 124. Considering how large the levels are in Super Mario Odyssey, this seems like a reasonable change. However, the real issue is that around 50 this in perspective, the minimum amount of Power Stars required to beat the previous games was around 50 to 70 stars, while the minimum amount of Power Moons required to beat Super Mario Odyssey is 124. Considering how large the levels are,
on paper, the numbers seem very drastically different, but you gotta remember how many moons are available in each stage. Getting to 124 is actually no problem at all.
In Super Mario Odyssey, this seems like a reasonable change. However, the real issue is that the previous games had a total amount of 120 stars, while Super Mario Odyssey has decided to increase the total amount to 999 for seemingly no reason. This means that the previous games only required you to collect around half of the total amount, while Super Mario...
The reason, is for players to pick and choose, or not have to hunt down every single moon in every single level to do the end game.
Mario Odyssey only requires you to collect around 1/8 of the total amount. The problem with this is that Super Mario Odyssey has roughly the same amount of levels as the previous games, which means that this giant surplus of Power Moons hasn't been spread out properly. For example, the Sand Kingdom alone has 69 Power Moons on your first visit, which is more than half the amount required to beat the entire game. If Super Mario Odyssey followed the unlock structure as the previous games, it could have been entirely possible to collect all of the Power Moons on 2 levels, skip around 80% of the entire game, and then beat the last level. So, in order to fix this problem that Nintendo has created for themselves, they now have to limit the player's ability to curate which levels they want to play, which I personally think is one of the worst aspects of the game. It could have been possible to design this game like the previous games, but it feels like Nintendo went into development wanting the game to have 999 Power Moons rather than just designing the levels and finding a total amount that's more appropriate. After all, there's nothing that special about the number 120. The only reason that Super Mario 64 had 120 stars was because there were 15 levels in the game, and that's probably the number that they found the most acceptable. The previous games didn't have any issues with this because the total star count wasn't blown out of proportion to the minimum amount of Power Stars required to beat the game. In fact, Super Mario Galaxy 2 had already implemented a level select screen that allows players to backtrack and collect stars. That game didn't have to place these arbitrary limits on the player because they just balance the game properly. In comparison, the 999 maximum Power Moon count has made Super Mario Odyssey feel a bit bloated. Every level is stuffed to the brim with Power Moons, which means that the Power Moons have become a lot more common than the Power Stars of the previous games.
A lot of
Some of the Power Moons will involve the same kind of platforming challenges we've seen in the past, but others will be much easier to find. Sometimes they're just hidden underground, sometimes they're tucked away behind small corners, and others are sitting right in plain sight. As a result, you'll be finding Power Moons at a much faster rate, which has made them feel less valuable. I think the biggest factor in determining the value of the Power Moons mostly comes down to the amount of collectibles in the level in relation to its size.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's well designed, but there's a clear reason behind why it's designed that way.
Well, the levels in Super Mario 64 are pretty small, but considering that each level only has 6 stars, the size is actually quite fitting. In contrast, the levels in Super Mario Odyssey are much larger, but the exorbitant amount of Power Moons ends up dwarfing the levels and making the Power Moons much more common. When you compare the density of the Power Stars between both games, the difference is pretty obvious. For example, Bomb on Battlefield is the first level in Super Mario 64 that holds 6 stars, and the amount of space that the level occupies occupies
first level
seems
in
pretty
Super
fitting.
Mario
In
64.
comparison, the Metro Kingdom has the same amount of power moons within this tiny block of space. Not only is this section much smaller than Bob-omb Battlefield, but it also features no enemies, no platforms, and is pretty much completely flat. When you look at the density of power moons in other areas of the game, this issue only becomes more apparent. If you took these small sections of Super Mario Odyssey and placed them into Super Mario 64, these levels would be
so he's actually activated the moon rock. It's his the level has gone through 1, 2. This is the third phase of the level. About half of these aren't actually here until you've beaten the game. So it's not really a fair comparison.
Abysmally small, provide absolutely no platforming challenges, and have more power stars than necessary. This is the subtle difference between both of these games. While Super Mario 64 was able to spread out the power stars all throughout each level, Super Mario Odyssey stuffs in as many power moons as possible and hardly presents a challenge. This lack of challenge is mostly due to the way the levels are designed. Aesthetically, each level in Super Mario Odyssey has a somewhat grounded tone, similar to the levels in Super Mario Sunshine. While the art style for both games can be cartoony and slightly exaggerated, the levels themselves feel like they are somewhat based in reality. Because of this design choice, it's a lot harder to create challenging platforming sections within the levels themselves, since they wanted each level to make logical sense.
A game more akin to Sunshine and 64, and rightfully so, because that's kind of the way Nintendo marketed it before release. But like looking back at it, or like taking a look at the game today, it's easy to see the meaning behind the
in contrast, the levels in Super Mario 64 and Galaxy are more
there
abstract
were also
and nonsensical. Each level had a specific
released
theme
before the release of Odyssey that also looked at why there were the amounts there were. There were supposed to be short whole challenges you could do in between everyday life. But those were also interviews and not something that normal people would pay attention to. So some of the fault definitely lies with Nintendo and how they marketed the game.
That ties everything together, but in the grand scheme of things, it's all just a bunch of nonsense mashed together for really no reason.
But it's also about controlling your expectations, right? Going into Odyssey and expecting one of the older games is kind of weird to begin with.
Aren't based in reality, the developers can haphazardly place platforms anywhere they want without having to worry about things looking realistic. As a result, these kinds of levels are able to consistently challenge the player with more traditional platforming sections. This is why Super Mario Sunshine and Super Mario Odyssey have both resorted to hiding linear challenges throughout each level, which both switch over to the more abstract design of 64 and Galaxy. The difference between both of these games is that Sunshine used these sections to create some of the most brutal challenges in the entire series. One of the most infamous parts about these sections is that FLUDD is usually taken away from the player, removing Mario's most useful abilities. In comparison, these sections in Super Mario Odyssey feel pretty tame, mostly because they revolve around using Cappy's capture ability. Because of this, the game rarely takes away Cappy from the player, which means that you'll always be able to use Mario's cap dive combo to your advantage. There's a handful of challenges that do remove Cappy, but these sections are few and far between, with most of them being unlocked until after you've beaten the game. Even if there were more of these challenges, the power moons that are hidden inside them are completely optional anyways, so players can just completely avoid them. Certain players might be disappointed by this, but for me personally, I never played the 3D Super Mario games expecting some sort of rigorous challenge. I always found that the skill ceiling of the 3D Super Mario games mostly revolves around the player's ability to manipulate Mario's movement, and in that respect, there's a lot of potential for players to push themselves to go above and beyond what's required. Still, I can't deny that Super Mario Odyssey lacks a lot of challenging platforming sections, which will probably disappoint some players. Speaking of the level design, one of the issues that a lot of people have with this game is the juxtaposition of the cartoony and realistic graphics. Personally, I don't have a major issue with it, but I can imagine that many people would probably disagree. I've even seen some people go as far to say that the graphical art style is outright terrible because it's similar to the horrible Sonic games that have done the same exact thing. Personally, I think that's a pretty narrow-minded way of looking at things, but I can still understand where some players are coming from. After all, most people who enjoy the Super Mario series have always expected each game to have a certain amount of polish, but the juxtaposition in Super Mario Odyssey can sometimes make the game feel like an amateur effort. If I have to be honest, I think that the graphical juxtaposition in the Sonic series is really fucking stupid. With that said, the use in Super Mario Odyssey is actually pretty clever, considering that the entire game revolves around traveling across the world and discovering new and exciting things. Traveling outside of the Mushroom Kingdom isn't something that's new to the Super Mario series, but Super Mario Odyssey feels like the first game in the series to truly step outside of it. For example, Super Mario Galaxy took place in outer space, and there was nothing in the entire game that ever felt alien. It took place across multiple galaxies, millions of miles apart, but it always felt like each galaxy was just a small chunk of rock that was ripped out of the Mushroom Kingdom. On the other hand, Super Mario Odyssey is able to make you feel like you're exploring places that Mario has never been before, which is something that the graphical juxtaposition was able to achieve. It might seem a bit strange when Mario is interacting with realistic humans, but that's the whole point. The citizens in New Donk City are living in a completely different kingdom halfway across the world, and the graphical juxtaposition is a clever way to show the drastic differences between the Mushroom Kingdom and the Metro Kingdom. Of course, some players might be worried that this has created some sort of earth-shattering consequences in terms of how the Mario universe works. Personally, I was deeply thinking about this as Mario was on a moped dressed as a clown, riding away from a T-Rex wearing aviator goggles. And I've come to the conclusion that maybe Nintendo doesn't really give a shit. Now, in all seriousness, I can't deny that some people will dislike this no matter what I say. Obviously, you can jump through all this logic and create some artsy, elaborate explanation on why this graphical juxtaposition works, but on a surface level, it just kinda looks like shit, so I can't really blame people. I feel like the issue that a lot of players have is that some things will look like they belong in the Mario universe, while other things won't. For example, the Toastarians feel like a perfect fit for the Mario universe, while the T-Rex sticks out like a sore thumb. The common complaint that I've heard about the more realistic designs is that they could have just given them a more cartoony look and made everything look more unified. While I can understand why people would want that, I still think that this juxtaposition works pretty well with what the game set out to accomplish. After all, my favorite level in the entire game was the Metro Kingdom, and if this level was designed with a more cartoony look, I don't think it would be nearly as good. The charm of this level is that Mario is completely outside of his element, and seeing the drastic contrast between Mario and the Metro Kingdom is one of my personal highlights of the entire game. If all of these characters looked similar to Mario, then this would have taken away from one of the most unique aspects of the entire level, while also making the Metro Kingdom feel a lot more similar to the Mushroom Kingdom. Maybe some people would prefer that, but I'd argue that the entire premise of the game revolves around Mario leaving the Mushroom Kingdom. So obviously, the developers should be breaking away from what's already been established. Now, that's not to say that every level in the game should adhere to this realistic art style, but I'd argue that the Metro Kingdom works the best because it's one of the only levels that committed to creating a brand new kingdom that was removed from the Mushroom Kingdom. The Ruined Kingdom also accomplished this very well, which features some of the best juxtaposition in the entire game. While this level was pretty short, it still felt like a completely unique setting that has never existed in the previous Mario games. This is also why I enjoyed the Luncheon Kingdom, since I've never seen any lava levels in the previous games that had this kind of visual flair. On the other hand, some of the most boring levels in the game weren't able to break away from the Mushroom Kingdom, mostly because they were slightly derivative. For example, the Lake Kingdom is just the same kinds of water levels that we've seen in the past. The Lost Kingdom is just another jungle setting filled with pits of poison. The Snow Kingdom is just another variation of a snow level, and the Seaside Kingdom is once again another beach level. These levels aren't bad, but they just aren't that exciting to discover when they feature a theme that's already been done to death in the previous Super Mario games. It also doesn't help that Super Mario Odyssey uses the more typical enemy designs that are originally from the Mushroom Kingdom. After all, the entire
maybe it's the same kind of core design, but it's recontextualized in a new game, so I don't see the problem. It's not like this was brought up earlier. It's not like Green Hill Zone, which is in a Sonic game, it's just basically a lot of running, straightforward, especially in the later ones. And Green Hill Zone is like used as this classic starter level that reappears every single time, and it always looks the same. To Mario's what was I saying? It's kind of different with Mario because there's so many different design elements. So while they might have the same theme, they don't actually look the same.
Premise of Super Mario Odyssey.
And comparing the Lake Kingdom with a 2D Mario level is kind of weird.
Is about discovering new and exciting things, and it's not that exciting to run into Goombas and piranha plants. Every level in the game should have always felt like uncharted territory, but using the old enemy designs has accomplished the exact opposite. That's why I can't blame people for disliking the more realistically designed characters, because most of the levels in the game are actually more traditional than they should have been, which ends up making the realistic designs feel more out of place. For example, the Cascade Kingdom is supposed to be a prehistoric world filled with dinosaurs, but it also features chain chomps from the Mushroom Kingdom. Some people seem to complain that the T-Rex looks out of place, but in actuality...
Yes, but are you sure that chain chomps are actually native to the Mushroom Kingdom? We don't have very much lore around these to be certain of that. They could as well have been native to the Cascade Kingdom.
It's the chain chomps that should have been changed to fit the theme of the world. If the chain chomps were changed to a brand new enemy type, then this would have helped isolate this world from the Mushroom Kingdom, making it more fun to discover. I don't mind when Nintendo reuses old ideas in their new games, but the entire premise of Super Mario Odyssey really required them to step outside of their comfort zone.
A better example would be the big cloud people blowing stuff.
Honestly, there aren't that many levels that do that. Now, I've noticed that I've been pretty negative towards the game up to this point, so I'd just like to remind you that I do really enjoy this game. While I dislike the linearity of the game, I still had a fun time playing through each level. Even though water levels that I disliked in the previous games have been improved with the use of the capture system, making these swimming sections much more enjoyable. The linear nature of the game has also given it a really consistent flow that I can't say has been in any of the earlier 3D Super Mario games. The earlier games would usually boot the player out of the level every time you'd collect a star, but Super Mario Odyssey rarely interrupts the player, which means that you'll be spending most of your time just playing the game and collecting power moons. You start each level moving towards the objective, you pick up as many power moons as you can find on the side, and before you know it, you'll already have enough power moons to move on to the next level. Even the most derivative levels were able to introduce some new enemy types that were fun to capture as Cappy. The Metro Kingdom was definitely the highlight, but every level in the game has enough content to keep you engaged throughout the entire experience. That's the entire game in a nutshell, and I enjoyed everything while the game was in motion. With that said, I suppose this now leads us into the final level. After a long chase around the world, Mario and Cappy eventually catch up to the wedding ceremony on the moon, which is where the final boss fight against Bowser takes place. Now, I've seen that some people have been disappointed by the ending, but honestly, it's probably the most grandiose ending to a 3D Super Mario game to date. Usually, the final section of the previous games would involve a final platforming section with a final fight against Bowser to close out the game. All the previous games have ended by using the same exact formula, but Super Mario Odyssey is one of the first games that ends with a finale section after you defeat Bowser. In this section, the entire arena starts to collapse, and Mario has to rescue Princess Peach by taking control over Bowser. Playing as Bowser was a great way to reincorporate the capture mechanic one last time, and the final ending theme featuring vocals from Pauline was a really fun way to close out the game. It's also a clever way to reintroduce the moon rocks that will be used to unlock more power moons in the post-game. The final cutscene of the game was a bit silly, but I suppose that the entire journey across the world was arguably just as goofy, so I'm perfectly fine with it. Overall, I think it's one of the best endings to a Super Mario game to date. Despite a lot of the issues that I've had with Super Mario Odyssey, my first playthrough was a pretty enjoyable experience. While the total power moon count has been blown out of proportion, the game still ends at an appropriate length, so most players will have a satisfying ending whether or not they decide to continue playing. I can imagine that most players will stop playing after the credits, but as a longtime fan of the series, I was always planning on achieving 100% completion. so that's exactly what I did. The post-game for Super Mario Odyssey is probably one of the most daunting tasks for any Super Mario game to date. In order to achieve 100% completion, you have to collect all of the power moons you missed on your first playthrough, all of the hidden purple coins located throughout each level, and an additional set of power moons that are unlocked through the moon rocks. On my first playthrough, I spent around 11 hours casually going through each level and collecting around 230 power moons. Up to this point, I would say that the time I spent
Who would have guessed fans would 100% without extrinsic motivation? Weird concept.
with Super Mario Odyssey was all worthwhile experience. But sadly, the post-game is where
even
the
if
quality
you're a
of the
big fan of a certain game, you still need some kind of incentive.
Game starts to diminish. Like I said before, the total power moon count has made the entire game feel bloated, and the post-game has compounded this issue to the point where most players will never achieve 100% completion. The major
Okay, so I don't think the post-game itself is the issue. There's actually quite few moons in the post-game compared to the rest of the game. The problem is when you have the moon rocks unlocked before you've collected every other moon in the level.
Your issue with the post game
That's
is that
where
there
the
isn't
problem
enough
arises.
content to warrant the amount of time it
And of course, if you've just been doing the bare minimum, then that could be a problem, because all of a sudden you have a ton of moons available at once. And yeah, I can see how there's a bit bloat at that point.
takes to collect every power moon. You unlock the Mushroom Kingdom once you beat the game, but that's really the only new level. The dark side of the moon is just a tiny level with a quick boss rush with the Brutals, and the darker side of the moon is just one final linear challenge. The rest of the post game is spent retreading the older levels by doing the same exact things you've been doing up to this point. There are some minor challenges that are brand new, but for the most part, the entire post game is spent regurgitating older challenges in order to justify the total power moon count. Whether it's collecting music notes, building Goomba towers, planting seeds, catching birds, finding power moons underground, collecting moon shards, doing a timer challenge,
I do think
finding
that
Captain Toad,
the only
catching
people
a
who are
rabbit,
actually going to
fishing with a
activate moon rocks
Lakitu,
are the ones
almost
who's going to
every challenge
100% the game
all comes
anyways, or
down
at least
to repeating things.
try to get enough moons to do the dark side. So they're probably already collecting a lot of the core, or the moons you get on the first visit, or the moons that are available in the first visit anyways. So you might not get a lot of bloat, but definitely going back to a Cascade Kingdom where you've only collected 5 and unlocking the moon rock would definitely introduce some
You've already done.
What you can
After a
perceive
certain
as
point,
bloat.
the novelty of all of these challenges starts to wear off, and it just becomes busy work. This is one of the issues that I've had with the moon rocks. Ideally, the moon rocks should have added in new pieces of content that would challenge the player, but for the most part, it just feels like a complete chore. It places brand new power moons all throughout the level, but once you find them, they're just sitting right in plain sight, or they're hidden behind some other kind of trivial challenge that you've already seen. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the post game is outright horrible, but I'd argue that it's just padded out to an insane degree. Your own enjoyment of the post game will depend entirely on how long you're willing to repeat
Also,
these kinds of
that's
challenges.
not the
I might
part
not
of
personally enjoy
post-game.
the
That's
post
part
game,
of the
but I can
post-game.
imagine that some players
The
might
first
find
clip
the
from the Wooded
999
Kingdom
power
was
moon
not.
count has given Super Mario Odyssey a lot of value. For whatever reason, some players seem to value a video game that'll take a long time to beat in order to feel like they're getting their money's worth. They'll take the cost of a game and calculate some sort of value based off of the
Is he gonna
dollars
do
they
the
spent
King
per
K
hour
argument?
in order to justify that they didn't waste their money. I can understand where some players might be coming from, but for me personally, I'd rather have a video game do its thing and end at an appropriate length. I don't have any issues with games that take a long time to beat, but Super Mario Odyssey is clearly biting off more than it can chew, which is why I feel like the post game is really disappointing. I do understand that it's completely optional, but it's a shame that the game peters out like this when the post games of the previous games ended at more appropriate lengths.
You can't seriously mean that the post game in Galaxy, where all you're doing is literally beating the game again all 240 stars is better than the Odyssey post game that actually unlocks new stuff. Also, he didn't fall into the King K trap. The King K trap is when you accuse Nintendo of willingly padding the game because people don't like playing or need more hours out of a $60 game.
To put this in perspective, it took me around 11 hours to casually beat the game, and it took me an additional 30.
Okay. I mean, they kind of have the same problem as some of the stuff in Odyssey, where they're just there. But the ones that actually require some skill to get are really fun.
30 hours just to achieve 100% completion. In those 30 hours, the only highlight was spending around 2 hours in the Mushroom Kingdom, while the rest of the post-game felt like pointless filler. In my opinion, the game could have cut out more than half of all the power moons and the game would have been better as a result. Like I said before, it seems like the developers went into development wanting the game to have 999 power moons. Clearly, I don't know if this was the case or not, but judging the game based off of how much padding there is, I can only assume that this was the case. One of the major reasons that I've come to this conclusion was because there aren't actually 999 power moons. In actuality, there's only 776 collectibles, and the remaining 223 power moons are essentially being used as filler. Nintendo accomplished this in many different ways. One of the least offensive methods that they used was the addition of the multi-moons. It's a special version of a power moon that's given to you after completing a main objective, and it's essentially one collectible that's worth 3 power moons. There's only 22 of these in the game, but since each one is worth 3, they were able to add in an extra 44 power moons for pretty much doing nothing. Since these are given to you
but that doesn't make sense. If you're just going by the numbers, then sure, but it's not an extra 44 moons in the sense that there's an extra 44 challenges. It's just one challenge. It's just that they give you a higher tiered reward because it's supposed to be a bigger part of either the narrative, or it's supposed to be kind of hard.
For defeating bosses, I personally don't have a major problem with it, mostly because they're just a better reward. Sadly,
Jesus
the
Christ,
other methods
we're so alike right now. We're just vibing like
Nintendo used are much more blatant and obnoxious. For example, there are 60 power moons that are locked away behind an achievement system that requires absolutely no effort. This entire system is just a list of non-achievements that the player will end up doing by just collecting all 776 collectibles. If you've collected everything up to this point, you're already guaranteed to accomplish everything on this list, which makes the...
I also think that the achievement stuff is also just to save people the hassle of going back and looking for more moons to get to the end game. It's kind of like an extra little boost, and also to at the same time to incentivize people to go back and do stuff. This sounds like a really weird argument now that I think about it, but
the entire system feel completely meaningless. At the end of the day, it's just an excuse to give the player an additional 60 power moons for doing absolutely nothing. After having up to 880 power moons, the developers seem to have literally run out of ideas and just allowed the player to purchase additional power moons from the coin shop. In order to obtain the maximum amount, you now have to buy 119 power moons for around 12,000 coins. This is probably one of the low points of the entire game for me. At this point, I've collected every power moon in the game, but now I have to farm a bunch of coins in order to purchase more power moons for absolutely no fucking reason. If there was any proof that this game was intentionally padded out to have a total of 999 power moons, this is probably one of the biggest examples. It's an incredibly mundane activity that's just an excuse to increase some random superficial number. Now, to be fair, you do unlock the golden sail for 880 power moons, but it's just frustrating that the developers were desperately trying to reach this number without realizing how worthless these additions are. I can understand that they might enjoy the idea of having 999 power moons, but over 200 of those power moons are just filler, and I'd even argue that most of the power moons from the moon rocks are just filler as well. Now, despite a lot of the issues that I've had with the post-game, I still felt motivated enough to see it through till the end. I was willing to put up with most of it because I was assuming that collecting every power moon would unlock something that would hopefully justify the amount of time I spent with the game. Maybe the game would unlock some kind of special world, or maybe some other kind of hidden ending that would hopefully make the experience worth it. Now, the rewards for achieving 100% completion have always been kind of terrible for the 3D Super Mario games, the worst one arguably being Super Mario Sunshine. In that game, you had to spend hours collecting every blue coin in the game only to get a postcard at the end of the credits. With that
digital
in mind,
postcard,
imagine spending over 40 hours of your free time collecting hundreds of power moons, collecting every single purple coin in the game, playing through countless trivial challenges that you've already done multiple times, farming around 12,000 coins.
It's like he's acting like it's the same challenge. It's not. There's different.
It's a bunch of power moons.
Different stuff to it that makes it
to get
different.
This.
Underwhelming? Yes.
You can also fight a slightly harder version of the Bowser boss fight with the same exact ending. But don't you worry, we got the postcard, ladies and gentlemen.
Hell yeah.
We got the fucking postcard. Oh my god.
I can't believe we got the postcard. What an achievement.
God damn it. Now, in all seriousness, the draw to achieving 100% completion has never been these small rewards that you get at the end of the game. For me personally, it's more about completing all of the challenges up to the very end and hopefully having a worthwhile experience the whole way through. I usually don't aim to achieve 100% completion for most video games, but the 3D Super Mario games are somewhat special because each challenge is completely optional. After all, it's entirely possible that I could have missed out on some of the best sections in the entire game, so I try to avoid that issue by playing through everything. Of course, the downside to doing this is that the challenges hidden behind the post game are usually seen as optional content, so sometimes putting in the extra effort isn't really worth it. This is how I felt after playing Super Mario Odyssey. I could have beaten Super Mario Odyssey in around 6 hours, completely avoided the tedious nature of the post game, and have left the game with a more positive experience. Instead, I ended up completing every challenge and felt somewhat disappointed, despite the fact that I'm judging the game mostly based off of optional content. So, as someone who's trying to critique Super Mario Odyssey, this is one of the dilemmas that I've been facing. Do I judge the game up until the end credits, or do I judge the game up until 100% completion? Well, I suppose that it depends on whether or not I'm reviewing the game for a general audience, or if I'm critiquing the game as a longtime fan of the series. If I had to give a pretty broad review of Super Mario Odyssey, I would say that it's a really good game. It's easy to look at all the previous games and pick and choose which ones did certain things better, but once you're playing the game, it's not that big of a deal. Mario's movement is pretty good, the levels are large and fun to traverse, the game is paced well enough, the capture mechanic is a fun novelty, the music is fantastic, and for the most part, I can't say that I disliked any part of the game while I was playing it. A lot of the issues that I have with Super Mario Odyssey are more revolving around missed potential rather than outright terrible game design. That's why my first playthrough up until the end credits was an incredibly fun experience, and there's really no way that I can deny that. The post game might be somewhat repetitive, but if you honestly hate it, it's all optional content anyways. If I decided to make a short review for a more broad audience, that would summarize most of my thoughts. But clearly, that's not the goal of this video.
The key points here, that while you're playing Odyssey, it's easy to look back at it and think that it's bloated and has a lot of repeat content, but while you're playing it, it's really fun.
A critique, my personal goal is to analyze every aspect of the game and determine what's keeping Super Mario Odyssey from being one of the best games of all time. That's why a lot of the issues that I've addressed in this video are actually somewhat minor. The unlock structure, the lack of an overworld hub, the capture mechanic, the somewhat bland level design, dumbing down the controls to promote a local 2-player mode that no one really cares about. These are things that sort of lessen the experience for me. These issues never ruin the game, but I also can't help myself from noticing these flaws and feeling like it could have been better. Honestly, the only aspect of the game that really ruined the experience was the overabundance of power moons and the tedious challenges required to get them. If you went back in time to 1998 and told me that Nintendo would make a 3D Super Mario game with 999 collectibles, I would have been really excited. After all, the whole appeal of having that many collectibles is the assumption that they're all hidden behind worthwhile challenges. Sadly,
is
Super
that
Mario
a fucking worthwhile challenge? That's one of the worst examples you could have picked from 64.
That they're all hidden behind worthwhile challenges. Sadly, Super Mario Odyssey didn't pull this off like I would have assumed. The game resorts to using a lot of repetition in order to artificially lengthen the experience, with most of the power moons being obtained through trivial challenges. While those trivial challenges can feel similar to Super Mario 64, there simply isn't enough variety. The game will sometimes surprise you with a level-specific challenge, but for the most part, you'll be playing through a small variety of copy and pasted challenges. Because of this, the post-game for Super Mario Odyssey feels like a complete chore. You could argue that the post-game is completely optional, but I'd argue that some of the best 3D Super Mario games have been able to maintain their quality up until 100% completion. While I enjoy every game in the series, Super Mario 64 is easily
I'd argue that none of them do.
the best one. Being the first game in the series, the developers didn't have to force in extra power stars if they weren't necessary. Because the game was designed in this manner, all 120 stars hidden within the game were placed behind meaningful challenges, making 100% completion a worthwhile endeavor. There's a handful of power stars that might require a bit of repetition, but once you've collected all 7 stars in a level, you can just move on to the next level. Because of this, the game was able to maintain a constant pace throughout all 15 levels in the game, with only 15 stars being hidden in Princess Peach's castle. As a result of not having to design the game around any expectations, Super Mario 64 is one of the most balanced and consistent games in the entire series. The sequels weren't nearly as lucky. One of the problems with Super Mario Sunshine was that the game ended up being rushed, so there weren't enough levels to warrant the 120 star count. Obviously, the developers didn't have to include 120 stars, but since Super Mario 64 created a standard, there was probably a lot more pressure to aim for this amount. As a result of running out of time, they decided to include the ability to unlock shine sprites through the use of the blue coins, which made the experience feel somewhat inconsistent. The first half of the game was spent playing through all the fun challenges in each level, while the latter half was spent aimlessly collecting blue coins and playing through some of the most sadistic levels in the entire series. Super Mario Galaxy also aimed to have 120 stars, but it was able to pull this off in a much better fashion. The major galaxies in the game each had 4 stars and 2 comet stars, while the smaller galaxies only had 1. The overworld hub was pretty lackluster, but for the most part, the levels themselves made the entire experience feel pretty consistent. The only downside to the game was that there was some slight padding with the prankster comets, but I'd argue that most of the challenges are an extension of the 100 coin star. The time trial challenges and the repeated boss fights are a little harder to defend, but for the most part they don't take too long to complete. Despite some of the minor problems, Super Mario Galaxy is arguably just as consistent as Super Mario 64, which made 100% completion a worthwhile endeavor. Looking at Sunshine and Galaxy, you can see how designing a game around a predetermined star count can create some gameplay mechanics that some players might not prefer. Of course, the benefit of the 3D Super Mario games is that it only affects players who want to achieve
or playing through the game again, but it is Super Mario Odyssey. Oh my god, guys, We have Super Mario Odyssey himself in the chat.
100% completion. If you just want to beat the game and get to the credits, you can ignore the challenges
I'm a
that you
big
dislike
fan.
and have a great time. This is one of the main reasons why I decided to talk about the post-game in Super Mario Odyssey. The 3D Super Mario games are designed to present the best parts of the game right at the beginning, while hiding some of the worst parts during the post-game after most players will have stopped playing. The 3 previous games all had
Isn't that basically your exact argument for Odyssey, that the post game is the worst?
120 stars, but the quality of the challenges required to collect them vastly differs between each game, with Super Mario Sunshine arguably being the worst. Some players might think that Super Mario Sunshine is the best game in the series, but chances are they probably never attempted to collect all the blue coins and walked away with a more positive outlook. You see, that's the dirty little secret for the 3D Super Mario games. They front load all the best parts of the game right before the credits, they get their perfect score from all the critics, and then they hide all the worst parts of the game until much later on. Similarly, Super Mario Odyssey does the same exact thing. The biggest highlights of the game are playing through each level up until the end credits.
Don't quite
you unlock
agree with
each
that.
level at a pretty fast pace, you collect a bunch of power moons, you have some good boss fights, you play through a lot of interesting challenges, and then you get your final boss fight and beat the game feeling ecstatic. Then the post-game starts off with the Mushroom Kingdom, and it's a pretty great level. There's a ton of callbacks to Super Mario 64, you can take control over Yoshi, but after you finish the level, the game sort of runs out of steam. You backtrack to the previous levels to unlock the moon rocks. It mostly comes across as filler. You spend around 80% of your entire playthrough hoping to find something interesting, but nothing really happens. In many ways, Super Mario Odyssey suffers from the same problems as Super Mario Sunshine. Both games aimed to have a predetermined power star count and couldn't create enough levels. While Super Mario Sunshine was simply rushed out before it was ready, Super Mario Odyssey attempted to outdo the earlier games eightfold by simply being bigger. Of course, it doesn't matter how big the game is. The enjoyment that I get from the Super Mario series is from the challenges up until collecting the power stars. It's all about the journey rather than the destination. It's about running and jumping towards the flagpole. It doesn't matter how big the flagpole is or how many flagpoles are in the game. Super Mario Odyssey is essentially putting the cart before the horse. They should have focused on creating fun challenges and then designating each challenge with a power moon. Instead, the game just places power moons all over the place, regardless of thought. Super Mario Odyssey is the definition of quantity over quality. If it's worth doing once, it's worth doing 10 times again in a slightly different way. They might have made it bigger, but they definitely did not make it better. The power moons in Super Mario Odyssey are the equivalent of a $100 trillion bill from Zimbabwe. It's got a big number, but it ain't worth jack shit.
880 moons, all the purple coins to get more moons with coins.
Despite all the issues that I've had with Super Mario Odyssey, I still think that's a pretty fun game. On my first playthrough, Super Mario Odyssey felt like an exciting trip around the world.
Not sure how I
had a
feel
great
about
time
that,
playing through each level, discovering some new kingdoms, and collecting power moons along the way. By the time that you reach the moon and get to the end credits, it's all a worthwhile experience that's on par with the earlier games in the series. Sadly, the game doesn't hold up the entire way through. After you've beaten the game, Super Mario Odyssey ceases to have new levels to travel to, and for the most part, the entire post-game is spent retreading old ground. The addition of the moon rocks also completely fails at creating new challenges. In that sense, the world and its challenges have already been discovered, and with that, the entire premise of the game goes out the window. The post-game also makes up around 80% of the entire experience, and there's simply not enough content to warrant the amount of time it takes. You see, like a trip around the world, Super Mario Odyssey can sometimes feel fucking exhausting. There's an overwhelming amount of power moons to collect, and most of it feels like needless busy work. As a longtime fan of the series, it's pretty easy to feel somewhat disappointed, but I also can't say that I outright dislike the game. The game has a lot of highlights. Most of them are all at the beginning, but they're good parts of the game nonetheless. The thing with Super Mario Odyssey is that it could have been better, but it also could have been a lot worse. So I'm glad that Nintendo was able to deliver a good game despite some of the obvious shortcomings.
Your home must be gone. Alright, that was an okay video. The best one today, I think. It brings up a lot of points. and it doesn't feel like a lot of it is just out of spite. Almost, he had a good point about the some of the moons being kind of bloated, and especially if you unlock the moon rock until you've collected everything else in the level. The amount of moons available at the same time can feel a bit overwhelming at that point. I am better than every other game. What? What else was there? What did I have in my notes? Oh yeah, captures takes away from Mario's movement. I'm not sure that's a good way of looking at it. I think it's a much better way of looking at the captures is what they add to the game. And even then, if you don't want to use the captures, in a lot of cases you can just use Mario's movement to cheese certain rooms or levels where you're supposed to use them. Motion controls. Yeah, he has a good point about motion controls. Having certain moves locked behind it. None of those are actually required to beat the game, but they're nice to have, especially the cap spin. That is the point of the game. Also, I'm not sure. He's saying that there should have been an overworld hub, but I think having a hub like in Galaxy and 64 with that amount, with those big levels, would have just not worked very well, because the point of a hub is kind of to run around and have fun, and then when you get to the levels, you choose your challenge and then you do it. Wouldn't have worked well with the way Odyssey is set up at all. The kingdoms themselves are kind of the hubs anyways. The juxtaposition in art styles between kingdoms and stuff, I feel that the way he brings it up, it was more of a, it's weird, but I think that's the whole point of the different art styles between levels. And it works to the game's favor because it's all about traveling. It's not about exploration per se. It's about traveling. Which becomes much clearer later on after you beat Bowser, when the NPCs start migrating between worlds. And yeah, I think that's about it for Hypercharge. A pretty good critique and breakdown of some of the gameplay elements and stuff. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Anyways, that was his video. We have one more we're gonna watch today, which is Super Mario Odyssey, a retrospective by Game Boys, another smaller YouTuber with only 1.2, almost 3K subs. This is also a recent one, released 5 months ago. But before we watch that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom for like 5 minutes. I'm gonna be a dick and add an ad break. Yeah. Alright, we're back. Full water bottle. I've been drinking so much water lately, dude. It's not even funny. And let's start this thing. This is Super Mario Odyssey, a retrospective by Game Boys. What?
As of this video's release, Super Mario Odyssey is my favorite game. I have this debate with one of my friends as to which game is better, Super Mario 64 or Super Mario Odyssey. It's a pretty annoying debate, and I dread to think of the conversation that this video's release will start. Part of the reason it's so irritating to me is because both of us are incredibly stubborn with our opinion. He thinks that the Bowser fight is objectively hard in that game, while I think that it's really easy, and we argued for about half an hour on that point, for example.
Yeah,
and I think that the reason for this is because of a nostalgic bias, not just for him, but for me as well. Nostalgia is usually used in that context to try and undermine someone else's opinion, because they only like something because they grew up with it. But the question that I have is, why is that such a bad thing? Why does it matter that the only reason that he likes 64 is because he grew up with it? He shouldn't have to try and justify why he prefers that game with something else if deep down the truth is that it's a game that's special just because it is.
Truly.
For 13 years of my existence, I played 64 in sunshine and dreamed of the day that we'd get a modern adaptation of that formula. And Odyssey did that. Odyssey is a game that is special to me just because it is. I'm not going to try and justify why it's my favorite Mario game.
That's
it
a weird
just is.
stance to take,
This video is
but
going to be me giving my honest thoughts on it. Screw trying
well,
to be.
that's just the video right there. It's special to him because it is. Why is the video longer then?
Quote-unquote objective. I have issues with the game, but what this game does well, it does so phenomenally well that I forget about them. So let's not waste any more time as we get into the Super Mario Odyssey retrospective.
Oh god, it's really loud, isn't it? Sorry.
Super Mario Odyssey is a visually
I'm not
gorgeous
sure
game.
what I think about his presentation, though.
I'll gush about the visuals in just a moment, but the dynamic
not had this with the drop shadow and the blurred background.
Resolution scaling that the game utilizes is not that great. Don't get me wrong, I will always take a better frame rate over pretty visuals, but even in handheld mode, when you pan the camera really fast, the game becomes really blurry and it's really distracting once you notice it. It doesn't take away too much from the visuals of the game, but it is enough that it makes the game look less appealing sometimes. Now for the gushing I promised. There are many smaller details in the game, like how Mario's nose wobbles when you walk, the fact that you can tell that it's denim that he's wearing, to the brilliant colors in every kingdom. Even the subtle foreshadowing of the endgame, with the moon visible in nearly every kingdom.
Yes! Yes! Finally!
One of these locations
That's something I've been waiting for. I should have made a bingo card or something.
Completely different visuals, whether it's because the color palette is different from what is traditionally used to a completely different art style. No two kingdoms feel the same. The tutorial world, instead of being a grassy plain like every other Mario game that isn't entirely themed around a tropical resort, has a black and white color scheme, with everything dull and gray, causing Mario to pop out here. The Cascade Kingdom is more of what you would probably expect from an opening to a Mario game, but even then it's different since it's prehistoric themed. The Sand Kingdom has a warmer color palette that isn't as harsh as the typical desert area in most Mario games. It combines elements from the ice theme and jungle theme, as well as the giant upside down pyramid that's hard to miss. The Lake Kingdom... Okay, this one is boring, but it has a nice atmosphere, so I won't be too hard on it. The cool and calming blues along with the music create a relaxing environment. The Wooded Kingdom is themed after a decaying robot society that likes flowers. Everything is rusted and overgrown, and it doesn't stick out from the pure wooded sections. The Deep Woods is a dark and quiet forest, and it gives you a feeling of unease as you look for a way to leave. The Cloud Kingdom is up in the sky. I don't know what you want from me. The Lost Kingdom takes a typical jungle theme and then tweaks it slightly with the hazy vibe and the warmer color palette. Purple poison surrounds everything, and it gives the whole island a wonderful, isolated feel. New Donk City is a bustling city. Snow Kingdom feels cold and oppressive, with a humble little village located deep underground that feels cozy, despite it also being below freezing down there. Seaside is a gorgeous beachside kingdom. Wanxian is the most
and the
Snow
abyss.
Kingdom feels cold and oppressive, with a humble little village located deep underground that feels cozy, despite it also being below freezing down there. Seaside is a gorgeous beachside kingdom. Wanxian is the most radically different kingdom in the game. Everything is saturated and vibrant, with solid colors and simple textures coating every surface, and everything having a rounded, blocky aesthetic. The Ruined Kingdom looks incredible, a medieval theme, dark, moody purples everywhere, decay, and, well, ruin everywhere. The silhouette of a dragon off in the distance. It is truly a sight to behold in a Mario game. It's why it's so shameful how underused it is, but that's for a couple sections from now. Bowser's Kingdom is a visual treat based on a traditional Japanese aesthetic, with colorful clouds filling the skies in the background. The Mushroom Kingdom is based on the castle exterior from Mario 64, and it's a great reference. The moon and its dark side and darker side counterparts are all peaceful and calming. Nothing around you but stars and the emptiness of space as you traverse through them. You can see the Earth from the Moon Kingdom, but for dark and darker side, there's nothing but the beauty of space around you in the sky.
Slightly annoying.
On a darker side. Each one has a brochure that gives you some more details about the kingdom you're currently in, which is a level of detail that they never needed to add, but it makes it feel like the map is a physical thing that Mario actually has, which is something that I like. And that's not even taking into account how every kingdom has unique residents that are all great. There are also various outfits that you can acquire throughout the game that are purely for cosmetic purposes. Despite that, I adore the costumes in this game. Not only are there references to other Mario games, but they also add visual variety as you progress further through the game. You can completely ignore them if you want, but then you would miss out on the charm of the game. It's the type of superfluous junk that I appreciate. There's no reason for it to be here, but I just can't see the game without them. Speaking of road trips and global trips and whatnot, Super Mario Odyssey has the most perfected Mario story without them.
Look at that. That's so American.
On the charm of the game. It's the type of superfluous junk that I appreciate. There's no reason for it to be here, but
You're not playing. Oh, it's the golf thing. Yeah. What? Wait, let me turn down my outfit so I can hear you. Oh, maybe I do have that one.
Just
unlocked,
can't
actually.
see the game without them. Speaking of road trips and global trips and whatnot, Super Mario Odyssey has the most perfected Mario story of all the Mario stories. The setup is fairly simple. Bowser defeats Mario, and he then teams up with Cappy to rescue Peach and Cappy's sister Tiara. And so you'll chase Bowser from kingdom to kingdom as he steals important items from each kingdom so that he can have the perfect wedding. It's nothing special, but having anything more than just Bowser kidnap Peach and go rescue her is always a good thing. Cappy is the best new character introduced in the game, and he's what every Zelda companion should strive to be. He's got a personality and is legitimately helpful without breaking up the flow of the game, since whenever he speaks, he just appears at the top of the screen to talk to you, rather than hold everything with text at the bottom. The ending of the game is also perfect. Nintendo had been making strides to make Peach less of a damsel in distress since 3D Land. However, ending this game with her rejecting Mario and Bowser's proposals before taking the Odyssey is way better than either of these games' attempts at it. Although I will say, Mario, bro, yeah, nothing to worry about. There is no way that she would accept the proposal of the guy who kidnapped her and then forcibly dragged her across the entire world against her will and then tried to force her to marry him. You did this to yourself. We
still have
we haven't even gotten to the music yet. I would say that 3D World has the superior soundtrack, but this game comes close.
This is where we got part of the inspiration for the greatest fictional character of all time. Give me a minute while I put this up. I should have had this prepared, but I wasn't actually planning on doing something like this. No, we have better soundtrack. Yeah. There we go. There she is. The best thing to come out of this interaction. There we go. Much better. Let's continue.
From the mysterious yet playful vibe of the Cap Kingdom to Cascade Kingdom's theme that gets you pumped up for the adventure, tossed Arena Ruins being an absolute bop, Lake Kingdom being the closest theme of the series to capturing the true serenity that
or John Halo.
Did,
I
the
think
Lost
John
Kingdom's
Halo is
soothing,
even better,
almost
actually.
sad theme, Metro Kingdom's bustling jazz, the simple warmth of Shiveria Town, Seaside's relaxing summer vacation theme, Lunchyon's playful vibe, Bowser's Kingdom having this wonderful yet sinister tune played on a variety of traditional Japanese instruments on top of classical orchestral instruments, the Moon's theme being calming and space-like, I guess. These themes are all great. Even some level themes are good. Most use synths and are simple and sound so unlike anything from the more grounded themes. 3D World has more tracks that I actively listen to and enjoy than Odyssey, though both are basically equal otherwise. Now let's talk about more than just a superfluous fluff. Mario has never felt better to control in any game. He has the perfect weight, turns so smooth, and it captures that feeling of Mario 64, where a lot of the fun comes from just playing with his movement controls. The roll introduced in 3D World was expanded to the best way to cross large stretches of land. Long jumping out of one and then back into a roll is way more fun than it should be. Triple jumps, side flips, back flips, ground pound jumps are all snappy, and performing a string of different moves flows together so smoothly that it makes the entire game feel like a dream to control. There are several 2D sections spread throughout the game, and they're all integrated fairly decently into the game. It's not the best Mario's felt in 2D, I find he's a bit loose and floaty, though that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It does a good enough job at emulating how he felt in that original NES game, without copying its janker elements. At the very least, it is fairly seamlessly integrated with his 3D platforming, with the two flowing into each other for these sections as best as could be expected. And all this before we even get into the game's main gimmick. On paper, it's a strange idea to base a game around throwing a hat, and not really compelling compared to the rest of the 3D entries especially. 64 was a 3D sandbox and encouraged exploration of the stage far more than the linear 2D platforming of its predecessors. Sunshine had a water-themed jetpack, Galaxy had gravity and spherical planetoids, and 3D World had the idea to make the closest possible conversion of 2D to 3D. Odyssey's is fairly mundane, since this game is entirely built around the concept of throwing your hat, but the amount of mileage they get out of this seemingly simple idea is staggering. Using it to break blocks, gather further away items, basing certain enemies off of throwing it, hitting certain switches, and using it to extend your jump. This makes the movement options even more interesting, as it allows you to cover either a long gap or get a bit higher. Adding it to the already amazing movement controls makes the movement even more interesting. But that's not the main use the mechanic gets. What it's primarily used in the game for is the capture mechanic. Back when they showed the game off in January 2017, I was excited, since it looked cool. But that E3 trailer when they revealed the mechanic is what made this the most excited I'd ever been for anything in my life. It is honestly one of the best ideas they have ever come up with for any Mario game. They're this game's replacement for power-ups, and I couldn't care less. Sure, there are a few mundane ones, like the rocket just takes you to a linear platforming level, and the new donker is just an RC car thing. The piranha plants are worthless, the cactus is something moved once in the entire game and never again, and Lakitu is just a glorified fishing game, and I hate fishing in games. And I don't understand why so many people like this kind of stuff, but I won't look down on them for not being as enlightened as me. Anyway, despite these few boring ones, the vast majority get some interesting use throughout the game. Goombas can be stacked on top of one another, and don't slip on ice, as well as making Goombat swoon. Cheap Cheeps make the underwater sections bearable since the controls aren't slow and awkward. Shiverians bounce around, and that's cool, pun may or may not be intended. Meat is another worthless one, but the fact that you just take control of a giant slab of meat is funny enough for me to not care. The spark pylons actually get some interesting scenarios throughout the game, but are mainly used as a fast way to get across the map. Poles and forks propel you either up to climb something or on the ground to pick up lots of speed. Lava bubbles make exploring lava areas possible, though they only get interesting use in Darker Side. Moais, apart from having a great design, also allow you to see invisible platforms, which gets used decently in the Sand Kingdom. Yoshi is a little awkward to control, and I wish he had the same level of control as in 64DS, but otherwise he's generally fun to use. Glide-on allows you to get to farther away areas by gliding, though like the lava bubbles, I would argue that he gets best utilized in Darker Side. The wigglers extend and allow you to get to faraway platforms, and they are flexible enough that it can create some interesting ways to move. For like 2 moons in the entire game. Bullet bills can fly a bit, so they're pretty cool.
I don't know.
Bonsai bills are also cool since they are big. Pokios are easily my favorite new enemy in the game. They have such a great design, and their ability is also good, with them extending their beak into the wall, allowing you to scale it. Sherms are cool in concept, being a take and whatnot. The problem is that controlling their aim doesn't feel right, regardless of whether motion controls are on or not. Otherwise, they're passable. Bowser is the best endgame surprise for any Mario game, and he's fun to play as well. Makes you feel stronger, and saving him for the end of the game, as well as his one section darker side, is great. He isn't overused or underused, it's just right. All of this is great and all, but now I must break up the unbridled praise for a moment so that I can talk about the motion controls, my first major issue with the game. If there were one word that I would use to describe them, it would be inexcusable. Keep in mind that I was born and raised on the Wii, so generally I am cool with motion controls. They aren't the best thing in the world, but I feel like I tend to be more forgiving of games that use them. Since I have some of the most authority on the subject, let me tell you that the motion controls in this game are awful. It's not like it probably came up with was that you needed to decide which direction it would need to home in, but there is not one instance where you would want to use it and decide which direction you'd want it to go in. It's not like there's ever at any point in the entire game where there are 2 things that are right next to each other, forcing the game to assume what the player wants to hit or capture. Regardless, I'd be fine with the occasional moment of Cappy not going to the exact place I want him if it meant that I could actually use the useful tool that the game logged behind motion controls for some reason. That's not even mentioning the special capture abilities they logged behind it, like the Cheep Cheep's ability to attack, or the Goomba's high jump, the uproot tire extension, or climbing poles faster.
What?
There's no reason that these should be locked behind shaking the controller. It's not immersive, it's frustrating as heck. Outside of the horrid motion controls, Super Mario Odyssey is a game that looks and sounds amazing, has fluid and satisfying movement, and a fun, engaging, and creative game mechanic that makes playing through the game an absolute delight.
Collectible structure and briefly Luigi's Balloon World. Okay.
Despite being a return to 3D Mario's roots, Odyssey features a few key changes to the structure of the game that distinguish it from 64 and put it more in line with Sunshine. And even then it still has a few key differences. There is no choice as to which order you visit the kingdoms in. There are 2 times when you decide where to go, either to pick the Light Kingdom or the Wooded Kingdom, and then a bit later in the game when you decide whether you want to go to the Snow Kingdom or the Seaside Kingdom. Other than that, it's a straight shot. It's very similar to Sunshine in this regard, though the second major difference is the lack of a hub world. The Odyssey is the closest thing that we have. The interior is very small, though you can get some collectibles that fill it up throughout the game, making it a bit more visually interesting as you progress. The lack of a hub world doesn't bother me too much, and for this game, which is basically a road trip, I don't think a hub world would have added much. It's a similar story with the linearity of the game. Since you're chasing Bowser through the many kingdoms, it makes sense that you wouldn't have too many diversions. And it's not like they don't do anything interesting with the progression. After completing either the Lake Kingdom or the Wooded Kingdom, you'll be presented with your next destination, Metro Kingdom. The one you want to go to, since that's the one Nintendo hyped up the most before the game's release. But then Bowser and his fleet show up, so you need to fight with him, only to have him fire his artillery at you, stranding you in the Lost Kingdom. Something similar happens when he summons a dragon to attack you. In a gameplay sense, this is the same thing that happened earlier in the game, but the justification for it is different enough that they both feel distinct. Plus, the surprise of a huge dragon that Bowser summons is cool. On top of this, I don't even feel like non-linearity would be something that would necessarily benefit the game. If you're going to visit every kingdom anyway, whatever you're wearing at the time. Come to think of it, a completely non-linear approach would probably ruin the game as is due to how many moons are in the game. Either they would have to make the amount of moons astronomically high from a casual perspective, or risk most players from completely missing entire kingdoms. You had to get over half of the stars in 64 to beat the game, which is how they ensure that players would likely not skip any courses. You can get the 128 moons needed to get to the moon with only a casual look through half of the kingdoms. I'll get to the kingdom design in the next section, but needless to say that their design more than makes up for any issue that the linear pacing might have introduced regardless. The game has 2 main collectibles in nearly every kingdom, moons and regional coins. Regional coins are most comparable to the blue coins from Sunshine, though rather than getting you power moons, it gets you special items from the specific kingdom. Whether it be a special outfit, stickers placed around the Odyssey, or a souvenir to be placed inside the Odyssey. They're fun cosmetics, but nothing more. It is enough to justify looking for them all though. Each kingdom that matters will have either 50 or 100 depending on how big they are, and they're hidden all over the place in clusters of 2 to 4. They can be in 2D sections, the platforming areas, out in the open, or hidden in the far off reaches of the kingdom. Looking for them all requires a complete and thorough search of the entire kingdom, and it is a ton of fun. And unlike the blue coins, they aren't ever hidden behind certain events or anything. They're always out in the open, and they just require you to get to their hiding spot. Power moons are the main collectibles in the game, and we'll get into some problems with them in a later section, but for now let's talk about the best thing about them, which is how they affect the pacing of the game as well as its core loop. Since obtaining them doesn't boo you to a hub world, you can immediately continue exploring the level to find more. There are a few instances throughout the game where you'll be sent back to the Odyssey. The reason these work better than in 64 or Sunshine is because it's after a series of moons are collected, as well as after you complete a substantial portion of the story missions. Plus, whenever you are sent back, they make sure to give you either a different path to go down or at least change the atmosphere, like in the Sand Kingdom where it's nighttime, and these spooky, scary skeletons that send shivers down your spine pop up out of the ground. The most satisfying moons to grab in the game are the ones tied to the main story missions. Because the devs can reasonably expect most players to go through them all to bring peace to the kingdom, they require the most of the players out of any mission in the game, in terms of the amount of stuff the player needs to do, and not in terms of skill, of course. I'll talk about it more in the next section, but every kingdom is structured with a distinct path forward, with your most immediate next goal being made painfully obvious to you, allowing for a nice sense of progression with every level. And this is what makes the Lost Kingdom and Bowser's Kingdom so interesting, since these are the only two kingdoms in the game where there is no clear direction. You still get moons in Bowser's Kingdom, as well as directions to your next point. However, the game is attempting to pull a bait and switch with the reveal that the end game is on the moon, not in Bowser's Kingdom. So even though you're getting moons, you're only thinking of the final showdown with Bowser. You likely wouldn't have been exploring the kingdom at this point, so you now have the free reign to do so without any guidance from the game itself. And the Lost Kingdom has Cappy stolen, so you have an active goal before the game lets you loose to gather whatever moons you can find. The Moon Kingdom also falls into this category, but you are just trying to get to the wedding hall to finish the game off. There are no moons required, so I feel a bit more reluctant to say that it's the same feeling as the Lost or Bowser Kingdoms. In terms of moons that aren't gathered from the story, there are various ways to get them. Whether it's seeing one out in the open, with you needing to find out how to get it, a fun racing minigame that's everything the Koopa the Quick races wishes they were, with you having to take advantage of track shortcuts as well as Mario's movement to win, entering a room that only people with a certain outfit can enter, this stupid freaking bird that takes more effort to track down than it's worth, or even just ones you get from platforming levels. There's no shortage of interesting missions. There is a certain downside, but we'll get to that later in the video. This isn't even taking into account the post-game moons, which all have their locations marked on your map, which makes finding and distinguishing them from the regular moons a lot easier. I do wish that the post-game had more to offer outside of more moons and outfits. There's not that much to them, it's just more moons, but it's not that big of a deal. The last thing to mention in this section is something that they added a few months after the release of the game, Luigi's Balloon World. The idea here is pretty simple. Players can either hide a balloon somewhere in the world or attempt to find a balloon in the world, each under the gun of a timer that you can extend by collecting coins. When trying to find a balloon, an arrow will point to the direction of the balloon as well as show you how far away the balloon is from your current position, though the arrow will only show up for a few seconds.
9,999, and also had trouble finding enough moons to get to the final hard challenge. So I think they added Balloon World in order to help with collecting coins, but it's basically the best addition to any Mario game, especially one that has this amount of fluidity and technicality in its movement.
Unless you stand still, which makes the actual progress of trying to find the balloon perfectly balanced between not too hard and not pathetically easy. The problem I have with the mode is that it is way more fun to find balloons than hide them, probably because I suck at it. It's just more interesting to have a limited time to try and find where someone else might have hidden a balloon rather than trying to think of a good hiding place for a balloon. There's even a ranking system to show how much worse you are than everyone else who has played the game. You increase it with the more balloons you find in Pop, how many coins you receive, how many balloons you find in a row, stuff like that. This encourages you to do better with every attempt, regardless of whether you're hiding or finding. You don't even need an NSO subscription, if I remember correctly, so there's no reason to not participate. It's a neat little mode, not much else to it. Overall, the game's structure and collectibles are both solid and make for an entertaining 80% experience. Key word is 80%. And Luigi's Balloon World extends the shelf life of the game by giving you a new way to put your skills to the test in an engaging and fun way.
Alright, I should probably remove the P chat.
The kingdoms in Super Mario Odyssey are by far the most engaging and well-designed levels of any Mario game. I would say that 3D World is a more engaging platforming experience due to its sheer number of levels, but Odyssey strikes a great balance between exploration and platforming in the kingdoms. Also, this will be the bland part of the video, as I'm going to go through them all and give my opinions on them, since that's the only way I know how to verbally express my feelings. The Cap Kingdom, being the tutorial world, is the one with the simplest design, but it's a good tutorial allowing you to get used to the game feel. By guiding the player up this hill, for example, they learn about how the momentum feels.
Oh my god,
There's one obvious path leading up to the boss, but there is a bit of exploration involved in this main town area. Otherwise, it's just a straight line, teaching you some of Cappy's abilities, as well as giving you a breezy introduction to the capture mechanic. Cascade Kingdom introduces the concept of moons, and is one of the kingdoms that focuses on vertical progression rather than horizontal, with you having to get to the top of the waterfall. There's a bit more platforming in this kingdom than the previous, but it's still fairly light. It's a fairly condensed and small level, which works well at not immediately overwhelming the player, while still giving them the impression that this will be a grand adventure, especially with the gorgeous visuals and its sweeping variant of the game's main theme. The Sand Kingdom is the biggest kingdom in the game, which is a shame considering it's the third in the game, but it's not something that makes it a 0 out of 10 trash game. There's an obvious path through the kingdom up to the inverted pyramid, but there are more locations that you never visit for the main stories, unlike the others, which mostly just had little nooks off the beaten path, but nothing substantial. There's the village, the ruins, which houses the most condensed platforming in the entire kingdom, the Moai habitat, which is a missed opportunity since you only gather moon shards here, and they're unused for anything else. The oasis is fairly small, but it still gets more than one thing to do there. Jaxi Ruins is a pond of purple poison. The most notable thing about it is how it sticks out due to its contrasting colors with the rest of the kingdom. At the far northeast end of the map is a smaller ruined building that is memorable to me as it houses more moons than the Moai habitat, despite not being nearly as cool. And lastly, of course, is the inverted pyramid. The areas in the kingdom are condensed into small chunks separated by the vast desert, and the traversal of that desert is painless with the aid of the Jaxi, which is a fun and fast way to traverse it. Not much else to say. The Lake Kingdom has a satisfying jump that you can pull off, which is even referenced by Cappy as a nice jump. Otherwise, it's definitely one of the least interesting levels in the game. It's small, there's no one particular area that sticks out, it's just the part of the Odyssey and then the part with the dome. Exploration is minimal, it suffers from a similar problem that water levels usually struggle with, that being empty space. It's fine, just nothing special. The Wooded Kingdom is a real step up, one of the best in the game. There are many distinct sections and there are many paths to take, which makes it feel way more open than the levels you explored previously. The main portion of the level is Iron Road, and it's a vertical climb with the strongest platforming that you would have seen up to this point. And despite the layout allowing for seamless paths, you're never confused where you need to go next, despite these path breaks not being that obvious, which shows how good the game is at directing the player. On top of this, there are all sorts of areas that allow for exploration, and the spaces between major landmarks are filled with more stuff, which makes it feel much more meaningful than the Sand Kingdom. There are woods around where the Odyssey lands, along with its backside here.
Is it playing ads automatically? Why? I thought I had that turned off. Okay, I'm just gonna skip it then.
Generally unremarkable and not as fun to explore or move through as the main portion of the level, but it does add to the size and remind you that this is indeed a wooded kingdom. The Deep Woods is an entire secret area, one that's pretty easy to miss since you need to fall off the map to find it. There's no music here, the colors are moodier, and darkness obscures everything that isn't right in front of you. There's a loud stomping that can be heard off in the distance. It's a wonderful mood, completely unique from any other place in the game, and also annoying whenever you end up here when trying to regress through the main part of the kingdom.
This is the one
you
place
can't
in the
fast
game
travel your way out, the only way to leave is to find a
be.
seed somewhere and then plant it, so if you end up down here when trying to complete a certain mission, it destroys my soul in a way that so few things ever truly do. Otherwise, a fun secret.
Yeah.
The Lost Kingdom is isolated and dreary. It's a refreshing take on the typical jungle theme, and it's also based on verticality with a bunch of platforms surrounding a mountain. It's condensed like previous levels, but there's a better balance of exploration and platforming. These trapedals are the most annoying fiddly scumbags in the entire game, and any moon that requires them is agony. That might be the stupidest thing I've ever put in any of these videos. I prefer going around the mountain by jumping around the edge here like a true gamer. Not only because it's satisfying, but also because I despise these things. Otherwise, there are a few interesting sections spread evenly, but I don't have much else to say about Lost Kingdom. It's just a solid level. The Metro Kingdom is what I'm talking about. Despite being a relatively small kingdom, it's super dense, acting as a playground for Mario's abilities. As such, I say it's the most satisfying bit of platforming in the game that isn't a dedicated level. The taxis give you a big bounce, the traffic lights act as poles you can swing on. Don't know why that was so hard to say, sheesh. There's these poles in the ground that can help you pick up a bunch of speed, you can wall jump up the side of buildings, etc. The festival is a wonderful callback to Mario's origins in Donkey Kong with more of a platforming spin. There's something about this kingdom that feels so right, probably why it's the one they initially revealed the game with. Overall, one of the best stages of any Mario game. The Snow Kingdom is okay, there isn't that much to it. The design outside of Shiveria Town is small and doesn't have that much room to run around, but the moons out here are hidden decently well. The actual town is cool, but it's also fairly small. The only interesting thing of note are the 4 platforming levels, not much else to say. Seaside Kingdom is one of the best water levels of any game I've ever played. The main reason is that the water doesn't feel empty. There are plenty of interesting and unique things to find along the ocean floor, from the trench to various one-off challenges. The Cheep Cheeps that you can capture also make the entire thing way less sluggish and annoying to go through. Then there's the land portion of the level, broken up into different islands that are fun to traverse, the beach that you start out on having a few moons of its own, the canyon, which is also a pretty interesting location that adds a bit of depth to the kingdom. The only truly annoying thing about the kingdom is how the Crazy Crab store is broken up between the 2 different dories that also swim around the map. If you want to get something here, it's a little cumbersome. Otherwise, a fun level. Luncheon is one of the best kingdoms in the game, from the excellent mixture of platforming and exploration to how the lava bubbles impact the exploration, as well as the different paths. It's the one late game kingdom that's closest to matching the Sand Kingdom. There's also a lot more density here, with there not being these huge stretches of land in between different interesting set pieces. The lava isn't even that big of an obstacle, mostly acting as a breather between the bigger land masses, as well as allowing for a few smaller islands out in the distance. It's also yet another level based around verticality, with you having to get to the top of the volcano in the center of the map. Bowser's Kingdom would have been a more than satisfying ending area of the game, but I am thankful that they went above and beyond for the finale of the game. Regardless, the kingdom has a cool design, being broken up into a series of different islands. Making your way from island to island is fun and satisfying, and it manages to give everything a bit more of a grander scale. It's designed in a way that makes it feel like you're slowly but surely infiltrating the castle. Every individual island is distinct, and the kingdom has some of the best development of an idea of any of them, especially with the exponential way that it handles verticality. With a small ramp up before you get to this wall where it has a massive shift of verticality perfectly built up to. It acts as a pretty good fake out for the climax of the game, on top of being a fun level in its own right. The Moon Kingdom is the last in the main game. This kingdom is the big climax for the story, and as such, it makes sense that it's basically a straight line. The biggest thing about this kingdom is the heavily reduced gravity, which is satisfying. I love how the game sneaks in the typical lava section that ends most Mario games by having it be what the underground portion of the moon looks like, and it's also the best bit of platforming that exists. This is by far the kingdom that has the most imbalanced ratio of platforming and exploration, with it heavily in favor of exploration. I don't think that's a bad thing by any means, having this section be the last major platforming challenge of the base game, while the rest of it is just getting the wedding hall makes for an exciting climax. The ending section is also a lot of fun, getting to wreck a bunch of rocks as Bowser, with the music pumping you up. It's definitely the best possible way to end the game. I don't have much else to say about the kingdom, as outside of the story, it's fairly basic and only really alright, but for how it's handled regarding the ending of the game, it's strong, which at the end of the day, is all that matters. The Mushroom Kingdom is a nostalgia trip, and it's handled well. It's obviously a reference to Mario 64, which makes sense given how this game's main goal was to call back to how 3D Mario started. There's no main goal with this kingdom, you just wander around collecting moons, which look like stars, and play the star grab theme from 64, probably my favorite callback in the game. It's not the best this game has to offer, but it acts as a nice trip down memory lane, though it also works if this is the first Mario game you've played, or if you don't have any nostalgia for the elements it brings together. Dark Side is the only other post-game kingdom I'll mention in this portion of the video, since I'll get into my thoughts on Darker Side in the 100% section of the video. This kingdom is solid, if a little underused. It contains a rematch with all the Brutals, the main difference of the rest of the game. There's one moon at the end of the platforming section, and then another hidden somewhere in the stage, along with maybe some hidden regional coins. The platforming here is pretty good, and there's a strong variety throughout the several kingdoms. You could be exploring a 2D platforming section, driving away from a T-Rex on a motorcycle, making your way through a series of moving platforms, navigating through a heavily clouded area, etc.
Okay, I'm gonna skip. have something unique to say about
Odyssey
those?
has some of the best bosses in the Mario canon. Firstly, the Brutals. Topper is an introductory boss, so it's
Not
no
a
surprise
high
that he's
bar,
a
by the
pushover.
way.
He'll put on a bunch of hats and then come over to harass you. Later on, he'll do this spin attack that can be annoying, but he's a solid boss, but nothing that particularly stands out about him. Harriet will throw a bunch of bombs at you that you have to hit back at her, and then you have to avoid a series of bombs that she will drop in her UFO phase of the fight, even though it is technically identified, so I guess it would be the FO phase of the fight. She will then descend and the fight continues as is, with more bombs being thrown until she's defeated. In the rematch later on, she just uses 2 brays to throw bombs instead of just 1. It's a fun fight, even if once again, really easy. Rango is easily the weakest boss in the entire game, despite being the best designed of the Brutals. He'll bounce around the area and it's easy to avoid him. Then he'll throw his hat at you, which you just have to throw Cappy at to flip it over to get to the top of his head. The first rematch takes place on icy terrain and he throws 2 hats instead of just 1, and it's enough to make it slightly more interesting, but the difficulty curve isn't all that substantial. He's a perfectly fine boss, but the game offers much better ones. Spewer will spit a bunch of poison at you, where you will then have to clear it with Cappy. Then he'll go around the arena drawing a pattern, and if you just throw Cappy at him during this part, the fight becomes really simple. It's an okay fight, though I would say he's basically on the same level as Rango, being just a step above due to being a little more involved during the whole thing. The rematch with him in Luncheon is the exact same fight, just in a bigger arena, so it doesn't even feel any different. All the Brutals have another rematch in a boss rush at the end of the game on Dark Side, and for the most part the fights are the same difficulty, though merely making the gravity lower does make the fights feel substantially different. Having to consider the slower fall speed and higher jumps makes the fight feel a little more tense, as you have to hope you'll attack them in time. And yes, I am aware that is cringe, but you can just shut up. Overall, the Brutals are perfectly fine bosses, though they are definitely the weakest in the game. Madame Brood is the first proper boss in the game, requiring you to capture her pet Chain Chomp and slam into her, all while avoiding her trying to slap Mario out of it. It's not a challenging fight, but she is a step above the Brutals. The rematch is the reason I say this, since the Chain Chomp has multiple hats and she's a little more aggressive, and the fight is more fun despite being otherwise unchanged. Nicolatech has you having to avoid his hands as they try to slam into you, slamming into ice, causing it to become capturable. Then you slam into his face. As the fight continues, it has a nice progression, with him introducing a few new attacks that keep it fresh and fun despite being relatively simple. Torque Drift has you using uproot to destroy a bunch of blocks to destroy the orb it protects. Which will then have you avoid a series of attacks that you throw at you, from ground pounding the arena, sending...
Alright, let's skip to the biggest problem with Odyssey, and see what he has to say. I'm getting super hungry too, so...
This is a spiel that is present in all the 3D Mario retrospectives because it's important for the context of why I 100% these games. The 100% experience of a 3D platformer is one of the most important aspects of the game for me. While any percenting is fun and all, there's this specific desire to collect and do everything there is to collect and do, and with these types of games only. 100%ing Zelda is awful, but I could do Banjo-Kazooie all day. It's hard to put into words, but I think the main thing with it is because with most 3D platformers, you're already spending the whole game collecting things anyway, so the 100% one is pretty much just doing more of what I was doing the whole game anyway, as opposed to Zelda, which is entirely about the adventure, and collecting stuff is merely a side activity. The closest it comes to this is beating all 120 shrines, and I would gladly do that again. And now on to the video specific portion. With that said and done, Odyssey is one of the most miserable 100% experiences of any Mario game. Granted, it's not as bad as Crash 4 It's About Time, which has become the gold standard for terrible 100% experiences, but it's still not that great. There are just too many power moons in this game. The idea behind having so many was to fit the handheld experience. Players can feel like they made some small amount of progress, even if they only have enough time to grab one. For a casual playthrough, it's fine, but when you're a loser like me who likes to 100% their platformers, it is not a good approach. Many moons can be tedious to grab. There are so many that are just chase the rabbit down, break the rock, or ground pound the spot. Not to mention how many of them are also really simple, which leads to even more tedium. Bench Buddies is one of the most wholesome moons in the game. You get it just by sitting next to this lonely new donker, cheering him up. but that is one of the only times that a simple moon like this works. This is because the context surrounding most of these moons isn't there. For instance, every kingdom with a shop has a moon that you need to buy to complete the list. There's no challenge associated with it, you just need coins. And buying moons so that more people can access the post-game challenges is perfectly fine, but for the core 880 in the game, having so many that are just purchasing results in 13 moons that are fundamentally the same. Which may not sound like a lot, but there shouldn't be so many with 0 differences. The best moons are the ones that are just out in the open, since it requires you to find out how to get to it, but these moons are unfortunately not the most common. There are individual kingdoms that aren't too bad to 100%, such as Cap Kingdom, Cascade Kingdom, Lake Kingdom, Lost Kingdom, and the Moon Kingdom. There are 40 or less in each of them, so it feels much more manageable to complete them. But then you have the mind-numbing ones like Sand Kingdom, Metro Kingdom, and Luncheon. These each have 80 moons, and while there are quite a few that are fun to get, they just go on forever. It becomes a boring chore that only the most engaging of YouTube videos or podcasts can get you through. I don't have any more words to describe it. It's generally a dull experience. And it gets worse compared to other 3D Marios. Sunshine had its stupid moments, but even the blue coins felt more manageable and less nauseating to grab than the moons. 64 was equally a dull game to 100%, but it also has a 7th of the stars. Galaxy 2 had an exorbitant amount of green stars, but even then, they were at least distinct from the regular stars. They recontextualized how you went through the stages, whereas the moons never changed during the entire duration of the game. 3D World has a ton of green stars, but the stages are so short in that game, and they're all hidden fairly well. This makes the vast majority fun to grab, unlike the moons, which quickly grow repetitive around the halfway point. Your big reward isn't even that great. Platformers never really have the best extrinsic rewards for players who go out of their way to 100% the game, but that doesn't matter to me. However, for 3 games in a row, the big reward was a stupidly hard stage to test your knowledge and skill of the game. Odyssey lowered the requirement for this to a little over half of the moons in the game, but they still did do something for collecting 880. Not only will the Odyssey sail turn gold, but you'll also get a rematch with Bowser, and it feels the exact same as the previous boss. Sure, he's a little more aggressive, but it doesn't feel any different from the other Bowser fights, so even that isn't worth it. But it isn't just the moons that make the game so miserable to 100%, since the costumes also contribute to this. There are so many coins required to buy them, and some of the later ones require so many coins that the only way to efficiently buy them is to do some hardcore grinding in this one spot in Bowser's Kingdom, only to buy 1 to 5 items and repeat. I'm fine with the skeleton being a maxed out coin counter, but when you have so many near that level, it just leads me questioning my existence after the 5th hour of the coin grinding session. I'd rather not think of the slow and inevitable descent into death that we all go down the longer we live, and why I continue to play after my thumbs have become raw. For me, I put the game down a darker side. 500 moons is the definitive end of the game, not only since it's when you are presented with the hardest challenge in the game, but also with the crowd of people cheering you on, all the different races from throughout the game that you've met being accounted for, Jump Up Superstar playing as you enter the level, New Donk City Hall that you climb at the end with Cappy giving his final words, basically congratulating the player for having come this far, as you otherwise silently climb the tall pole to get the multi-moon. It's a solid place to end the game, especially since 500 is much more justifiable to grab than 880. In terms of the actual design, I think Champions Road barely edges it out, but this one is also solid. I think it uses the captures in creative and challenging ways. The platforming as Mario is solid, though this one section with all the platforms coming in on you as you try to make it through in time can go screw itself. Otherwise, not much else to say, just solid. Honestly, if there were only 500 moons in the game, I would have been perfectly fine with that. Perhaps even said it tied with 3D World with 100% experience, since getting those 500 moons is fun. Overall, the focus on more bite-sized challenges may work for a casual playthrough, but when it comes to hardcore gamers like me who 100% their Mario games, it hampers the experience. It doesn't ruin anything entirely, but it is still a pretty big stain on this otherwise fantastic game.
Yeah,
Super Mario Odyssey is a special game to me, but I'm not sure if I accurately managed to describe exactly why in this video. From the creativity firing on all cylinders to the wonderful soundtrack, the perfect controls, the great bosses, all of it comes together to craft one of the best gaming experiences of not just the last decade, but of all time. And that's despite a bad 100% experience, a lack of complete immersion when it comes to the individual levels, and some of the most appalling implementations of motion controls I've ever seen. And none of that even bothers me enough to detract from the overall score. So for all these reasons and more, it's no wonder that Super Mario Odyssey is my favorite video game.
For its worth, Mario will be Mario forever and ever. Too big of a cash cow for Nintendo to do anything drastically different, although they do surprise now and then. That was Super Mario Odyssey, a retrospective. Maybe a bit too Salt Factory-ish for my taste, especially with the levels and the bosses. Not a lot of analysis going on there, but he had some good points here and there. Especially with the with the Cap Kingdom and how it introduces Mario's movement, momentum-based movement rather. I really like. At least he's the first to mention it. Also the first to talk about Balloon World, but that was barely a mention at all. Briefly, truly, the essence of the word. Yeah. Other than that, I don't think I got that much out of this video, to be honest. But at this point, we've watched like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is the 11th Super Mario Odyssey video we watched. I don't know if there will be any more work streams like this. There might be one more if I find anything interesting, but so far I think I watched pretty much all the videos I wanted to. Next up, I guess it's writing. After I do some more gameplay stuff. And then it's video release. Anyways, what do you mean no? Maybe one more, okay? Maybe one more. We'll see. If you want one more, you gotta find me some videos though. Like I write in all the freaking descriptions. If there's any videos you want me to watch or think I should watch, then post them in the comments. Anyways, yeah, I think that's it for today. Thank you all for joining. Really appreciate it. I know you're not here, but thank you for the super chat. Amanda's Felix. And don't make a girl a promise you know you can't keep. John Halo. That John Halo, he's so smart. Anyways, thank you all for coming out. Had a lot of fun chatting and watching videos with you. Until next time, bye.